Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. Chini Matstang, Minakasha Bogan, at the Benjagut, Gavin Diganan, the Bushwent again. At this case, Matstang, where NAN Legal Corporation AGM. At this case, just a reminder to make sure that the delegates sign in. Shows you be able to zig as you come in to sign in, so that's how we keep track of quorum. So with that, I'm going to call upon our elder, Barney Batiste, to open our meeting in a good way with a prayer. It says drum. It says prayer first. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the opening song with the drum and then go with the opening prayer. Now, Hausa, if we can all stand.
Good morning, and thank you, drummers, and greetings to everyone. You'd almost think sometimes that just having a drum song would be sufficient, because the idea of it is to call the spirits in. We send the message to the one up, God the Benji, the one that owns us, be with us. And that's been the call, I guess, for centuries for us when that happens and when a drum beats. And of course, the drum beat is the beat of the Mother Earth, the heartbeat. And you would almost think that that would be enough. That we listen to that and pay attention to that and believe in that and coming into us so that we know as we're doing our meeting that we're in the presence of the one that owns us. So just thought I'd kind of put a little reminder in about that, you know. I'm told that in the very old days, from where I come from, it was just a hand drum, you know, and then that would be used to call the people in when there would be a meeting. Very, very important. And so I really want to thank the drummers for their work in helping us bring the Spirit into us so that we have a good meeting. And so now we greet another day, and we have another opportunity to exercise those gifts that the Creator has given us. We will greet each other with honor and dignity and go about our work and be generous and kind to one another as we speak about the matters that need to be spoken about in our legal system. And so we ask the Creator to be kind to those that might be not too well this day, those that are suffering from the ailments of maybe drugs, alcohol, sick, shut in. We ask the Creator to be kind to those folks and give them some kindness in their time of need. And as well, we ask the Creator to be kind to those that might have lost a loved one in the past while, to give them some peace in their time of need. It's always so difficult in our work when we see somebody passing on, and it's a need to keep those people in our minds so that the Creator can give them some, like I say, some peace and comfort. And for us, as we gather here, we ask the Creator to continue to give us the guidance that's required to make good decisions on behalf of the people that we serve, as we bring our minds together as one, so that the decisions we make together. And so again, we thank the Creator for providing for us as we look outside and around us, that into the woods and into the trees, and we see the winged creatures and the four-legged and those that provide food for our table. We thank the Creator for all of that. And so as we start our meeting, again, I say that we need to be honest, fair, together, and to be able to talk about those difficult things that we need to talk about and to have some resolve moving forward. And so again, we will put our minds together to see what future that we can build for the people we're serving. And in so doing, we will speak with kindness and generosity to one another. So, miigwech, we might start our circle now. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech.
Miigwech Dinak and the Drumgu for starting us in a good way, and thank you to the elder for opening us up in prayer and the reminders that we have. So, Kamal Meingandigo, the Mendotem. Connie Gray McKay is my English name, and I will be one of your MCs. I'll introduce, have Adam come up.
Miigwech Connie, mi beginning go gym now we no magzi back. Ma go munigi ga no stay dam and gents na nakuma commando. Ego miigwech ska back na mo joy chihaga gi back nan ke go minaga gi mate giats. Ego das stay ge one that doesn't ga de nogum beginning as back send me and to we go if doesn't ga no. So mi miigwech ke abchin ke gon ganiket. Yeah. Back to Connie.
So we're going to get right started. I'm going to call upon Jim Beardy to come and do the opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Bonnie, for your opening prayer, and the drummers for your opening song. Chiefs, proxies, elders, and delegates attending this NAN Legal AGM 2023, I welcome you today to this assembly to share our annual report with you and to review the audit of this past fiscal year, plus other matters that pertain to access and justice in the North. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the provision of legal services to the Anishinaabe members changed. I believe it is an opportunity for us to adopt more cultural values into the justice system that will make a difference in our NAN communities. Our working relationship with Legal Aid Ontario, LAO, is also different from the previous years, mainly because of the new service agreement we negotiated with LAO. And it is the intention of NAN Legal to continue with the negotiation process in order to advance our mandate on First Nation justice. NAN Legal Service Corporation is determined to continue moving forward in the delivery of legal aid services and programs to the people of Anishinaabe Nation in various aspects of justice that are deemed most suitable for us. As we work through the agenda today, various staff assigned to report on specific issues as indicated. In addition to presenting our annual report, your board representative and NAN Legal senior management are available to attend your respective tribal council meetings upon request for further discussions. Your responses and feedback to these issues in our annual report is most important to NAN Legal staff as well as the board of directors. Therefore, we welcome your comments so that we can design a unique legal aid service model of programs and services that are culturally appropriate to NAN communities. In closing of my opening comments, I wish to recognize and thank our AGM facilitators, Adam and Connie. I was going to say Adam and Eve, but for the services we'll be chairing our meeting today. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you for coming.
Miigwech, Jim. I'm going to call Adam up and he's going to go through the agenda with you for the day. It's a very packed agenda. And we will get through it.
Miigwech, Connie. Almost said Eve. So good morning, Chiefs. Welcome back to those that were here yesterday. What I'm going to do is go through the agenda. But first of all, just a reminder, the 3 days of meetings that we have, it's 3 separate meetings. So they're actually 3 distinct meetings. Yesterday was dealing with Anishinaabe Police. Today is dealing with NAN Legal Services. And then tomorrow is NAN, the Justice Department. So it's a Justice Summit, so that'll be tomorrow. So I know yesterday it was the NAPS communities, so there's 34 First Nations, so we do have a number of chiefs joining us today that were not here yesterday, so I want to welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us, making the trip to be here. Also a reminder, yesterday and today's meetings, although it is a chiefs meeting, it is a meeting of chiefs, you are the members of the corporations. So today's meeting, NAN Legal Services, this is actually a corporate meeting. It is a meeting of the members, so it's a members meeting. It is not a chief's political meeting, but it is an opportunity for the corporation to report back to you as members. So if there are political issues that need to be brought to, for example, the NAN political table, that can still be done, and that will be forwarded to Anishinaabe Nation. The reason I mention that is at the AGM last year, there was a political issue that was brought forward, and there was a resolution passed, and that resolution was forwarded to Anishinaabe Nation to deal with as a political resolution. So if there are political issues, certainly we can have discussions, but I just want to remind people that there is a process. Now, just talking to our elder Barney, I feel funny doing it that way. I feel awkward, I'll be honest, because as a lawyer, one of the things that I'm focusing on is Anishinaabe law, Anishinaabe law. Geginon gadu tamak kajian shniuyak. Bakan watsagadudaman. Bakan gadudaman gegun gawishchigek. Ega wem tuji unachunigeu nehta jibimenjegadik. And what we're doing here today is a corporate meeting. It's wem tuji unachunigeu. So I feel awkward, I feel funny, but that's the process that we're in right now. I was just explaining that we have our own ways of doing things. We have our own laws, our own processes. And there's a lot of movement now to move away from an outside system. And so there's actually a lot of exciting movement happening with creating our own laws in many areas. Child welfare is a perfect example. And there's many, many other areas. So I was just having a chat with Barney that there's so many areas that we have our own way of doing things. But I'm going to put on my my corporate hat now. Come back to the corporate. So this is a corporate meeting. So I just wanted to remind everybody. In terms of procedure, again, corporate procedure. Quorum for making decisions at this assembly within this corporation is a majority of those that are present. So if any decision has to be made, a resolution, it's a majority, which is 50% plus one of anybody that's present, whatever number of people are present. Even if it's 10 people that are present, quorum would be 6. So just wanted to make sure that was clear under the corporate rules. So I'm going to go through the agenda. You have a binder. It's really full. Busting at the seams. Kind of like me when I had to go on my diet. Wasn't fitting my jeans anymore. But there's a lot of information in there. And a lot of it is reporting back to you, material that you can take back. It's not necessarily stuff that everything we will go through today. But again, it is a packed agenda, and there's a lot of material in your kits. So the way the agenda is laid out, it sort of follows the material that's in your packages. So I'm going to go through the agenda. What I'm going to do is go through the agenda. I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder, have a motion to adopt the agenda, and then we'll proceed with that. If there's any discussion on the agenda, I will open up the floor for any discussion. So, of course, we started with the opening prayer at 9 o'clock with Elder Barney Batiste. And before that, we had the opening drum on the agenda. It's reversed here, the Matawa drum group, Miigwech to the drum. The call to order, opening comments, and then the welcome address from the board chair, Jim Beardy. A review of the agenda. So again, as I'm going through this, if you look at your packages, they're all labeled. Tab 1 is the agenda. Tab 2, we're not going to spend a lot of time during the meeting, but it is, Tab A is the AGM 2022 summary report from the last AGM. There are 4 resolutions, that's Tab B, 4 resolutions from the last AGM. And Tab C is the Board of Directors representatives. I'm going to come back to that, and I'm going to get the board to stand up after I go through this, just to so you know who they are. So, Tab 2, we're not going to go through it, but it's all background information for you to review and take back. At 10 o'clock, we're going to go through the annual report, 2022-2023. That's under Tab 3. Also, Tab 7. Tab 7 is actually that last package at the bottom of your kit. It's loose, so that is the annual report. So we'll have the board chair, Jim Beardy, and Executive Director Irene Linklater going through that. We'll also have the audited financial statements, that's in tab E, and the auditor will come in and review that. We also have resolution number 1, 2023. That is to accept the audit, so that'll be done as part of the presentation. 11 o'clock, we'll have a quick break. Hopefully we can have a break, but there will be food brought in, some snacks to have. 11:15, under tab G and H, there will be the compensation study presentation. Again, Executive Director Irene Linklater is going to do that. Tab H, the new organization model chart that will be presented. That's all under tab 4. Tab 4 and then sub-tabs G and H. Also, as part of that discussion is BMAD Ziwin, the community-based justice, and that'll take us right to lunch. Lunch will be served here again, buffet style. We'll take an hour for lunch. 1 o'clock, it'll be under tab 5 and dealing with new legal aid services agreement and funding model draft agreement. That'll be led by Legal Aid Manager Heather Bailey. There's also a special presentation from the GLADU department staff, a video that will be presented. The head of the department, I want to say, GLADU department, passed away unexpectedly very recently, and the team would like to acknowledge him, and we'll be presenting a video, so that'll be part of that this afternoon. And then there's going to be an update to resolution number 2, 2022 from last year, satellite in-person fly-in courts in NAN territory, and the ongoing inequality and access to justice issues. So that'll be discussed. And then we'll be doing a presentation on resolution number 2 from last September. Oh, sorry, that is the resolution on that. But there are 2 issues. One is the satellite in person and also the inequality. But those are under tabs K and tab L. We'll have a break, and then 2:15, presentation on justice services. It's an update to resolution number 3 from last September, investing in community-based justice strategy for BMAD Ziwin, and then we'll have a discussion. That is all under tab 6 and sub-tabs M and N. So there's a briefing note and there's background material in your packages. And then in the package, I'm just following the order of the packages, is of course the annual report. That's at the bottom. But it is listed on the agenda, but of course the annual report presentation is this morning, and we'll be going into closing comments at that point, about 4 o'clock. That'll be Board Chair Jim Beardy. We might also have Frank McKay, who's also Vice Chair, provide some closing comments at the end of the day. And then we will adjourn and close with a prayer and the drum. So that's the draft agenda before you. What I will ask for is a mover and a seconder. So I need a motion to adopt the agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder? And then I'm going to open it up for discussion. So before we discuss, I need a mover and a seconder, just to put it down. We have a mover. For the record.
Les Nolan, proxy, Missinaibi Cree.
Thank you. Seconder, you're going to second the motion?
No, before we accept the,
Okay, so
Yeah.
the process is a mover and seconder, and then I don't vote yet, and then I'll open it up for discussion, and then I think that's where you wanted to provide some comment.
Okay.
So I need a seconder.
all right.
Are you
I'll
willing?
second it, yeah.
Okay, so we do have a mover. Just for the record, if you can state your name.
Maggie Kustajan, proxy for Chief Sylvia Matadawapa, Natawapiskat.
Okay, Miigwech, proxy Gustajan. So we have a mover and seconder. So I believe you had a comment to the agenda. You can go ahead now.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm a proxy for our Chief Sylvia Matadawabin. I brought a member with me from home. Her name is Marietta Madnas. She wanted to come and share her story of what happened to her this earlier this spring, or anyways, she has some she wanted to discuss something regarding legal issues. So that's the main purpose why she wanted to share her story, if it's possible. Thank you.
Okay, Miigwech, so what we can do, a couple of things. We can add it to the agenda right after actually right before the closing comments, 4 o'clock. So we'll go through the agenda that we have it. So we'll add at 4 o'clock, Marietta that's her name? Madnas?
Marietta Madnas.
Okay. So we'll add that at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just something that maybe we can chat about before then, if it's a legal issue that you're talking about, because we're being webcast, everybody can see, so if there's any confidential legal issues, we may have to go in camera, but we'll figure that out before we get there. Okay, Miigwech. Any more discussion on the agenda? I don't see any. So we do have an amended agenda. Okay, all in favor of proceeding? Raise your hand. Okay, thank you. It almost looks unanimous, but any opposition? See none, no abstentions? Okay, so motion is carried. We'll go through with the agenda. When I was going through the agenda, I did say there is a tab number 2. That's all background information. I don't think we're going to come back to that necessarily. But as part of that, under tab 2, sub-tab C is the Board of Directors. Can you pull it out for me? Oh. I just want to make sure that Chiefs, you're all aware of the current Board of Directors for Anishinaabe Legal Services Corporation. Of course, we already introduced the Chair, Jim Beardy, who's to my left. Vice Chair, Frank McKay, on my left. Secretary Treasurer Jason Batiste, I believe, is joining online. I haven't actually checked. Is he online? Okay, Jason is online. Simon Winnipetonga is a director. I don't think I've seen Simon. I don't think Simon's online either. No, okay, but Simon is a director. Also, Director Tom Wasakizik. Tom is on my left. Director Corey J. Mikas. I don't think I saw Corey. Is Corey online? No, okay. Right now on the list, the representative for Mushkegowuk Council is vacant, so there may need to be an appointment of the representative from Mushkegowuk. We also have Director Lisa Eacham. Is Lisa here? No. I don't think, is Lisa online? Okay. Anyway, those are the directors. Also the elders, as part of NAN Legal Services. We have the elder from the East, Barney Batiste, who is here, did the opening. Central elder is Sarah Wabus, and the West elder is vacant. The ex officios from Anishinaabe Deputy Grand Chief Anabediach Nibeneskam is here. We also have from the Youth Council Ashley Bach. I don't think I've seen Ashley, but she is the Youth Council representative with Anishinaabe Legal Services. So I just wanted to acknowledge them, miigwech to all of them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Connie.
Miigwech Adam. So we're going to get right into the agenda. If you look at tab 7, that's where you'll find your annual report, and I'm going to call Jim Beardy up to begin that agenda item, the annual report. As well, the Executive Director, Irene Linklater, will also be doing the annual report. Anything else, tab 7?
Check. Okay, I'll just introduce our annual report. Irene, our executive director, will be doing most of the presentation, but I just want to acknowledge my message is on the first page, and the executive's report is on the second page, page 10 and 11. I'm talking about the handout that we have here. So I'll just hand it over to Irene for her comments on the issues.
They're supposed to have the USB on there. Bonjour. Is the USB going to show the report on the screen? Okay. Je ne vois pas that. Migot Irene Linklater and Disneykas. Bigan Jagaming and Donji. Ako Bangia Jana and Ganashana Bem. Gimini Goyan Gainin Ejikandamane Mewa Dewan Jian. So I just wanted to just say that a few words in Anishinaabe language so that I can speak to it. I know that we have a translator over here in the corner and want to respect that. So I will limit now my presentation to English. I'm honored to be the Executive Director of Anishinaabe Legal Services. I started working with the Anishinaabe Legal Services in September of 2019, so it's now my 4th year here, and it's been a privilege and a large responsibility at the same time. Having gone through COVID with the staff, they've been amazing, and keeping up with the work that needs to be done at the community, because they are the ones that make this organization work, in addition to the enormous responsibility that the board of directors have, as well as use the chiefs members of the corporation, and that we try to continue with a communications process that respects your decision-making at the community level, and that we do not impose ourselves. And we try to look at how to engage and have staff from community to be the employees of NAN Legal, to do the work that must be done, with our mandate being that we have to look at a community-based process of representation. And while we have offices not in communities, in Timmins, Thunder Bay, Kenora, and Sulakaut, many of the staff are from the NAN communities, and that we appreciate and learn from their experience, knowledge, and direction to ensuring that we are honoring those commitments provided in 1990 when the mandate was given to us to have the corporation be established. So in looking at when it was established in 1990, that was 33 years ago, with a small staff with a legal services unit. And what has happened over the years, as you know, with the presentations that have been made, is that we have grown into a larger office organization, and where we now have 120 staff, and has gone beyond legal aid services, so that we have a legal services unit that still exists with the agreement with Legal Aid Ontario to provide legal aid services to NAN communities. It is also has grown to look at restorative justice under the justice programs, so that that's what the report covers, as well as our operational responsibilities of financial management. So in that table of contents that the chair spoke to, it refers to the multiple programs, and it's basically in 4 parts. So there's an operational responsibility, and that was with the executive director on the management of the operations of the NAN Legal Administrative Organization, to which I get direction from the board of directors, and following the mandate that is the 2-part mandate that we have. And then we also, as I mentioned, we have a legal aid services unit with a legal services director, and through a process of a review this past year, which I'll present this afternoon, called the new organizational model. There's been a restructuring, so we now have a fuller finance department that looks after the growth of responsibilities to the organization. And that we also then have a justice program that looks at the growth of the restorative justice unit to the largest operation of staff within NAN Legal, so that it looks at all the multiple programs that provide services, and there'll be presentations this afternoon under the justice program of your agenda that addresses that. And that we now have a fuller human resources department to address the issues of managing a large number of staff, addressing the benefits that are important to looking at job security, and also compensation, having equity and wage parity compensation for staff, so that we are competitive in looking at how do we recruit our own people, our NAN people, to come and work at the community and also within the regional offices for the work that is so delicately important to be done for us by ourselves, so that we ourselves have the capacity and learn that we can do it, that we all don't need university degrees to do everything that's necessary for the justice and legal work that needs to be in place. So that's what I would like to open with, and that that justice and legal services are being given the attention that they should have been given a long time ago by the governments of the federal government and provincial government, that they have given to health issues as well as education issues. And justice and legal systems have been left on the wayside by governments with respect to funding. But now that there is a political resolution that looks at justice transformation with the Anishinaabe Political Office, we are working with the staff over there with Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty at Jinipaniscum also is on our board to look at the addressing those legal issues and justice issues, and how can NAN Legal be part of making issues come to the forefront at the political level as well. And although we're not the political organization, we are a service delivery organization to meet the needs of the communities. And that is the vision that the elders spoke to 2 years ago during COVID, when it was formulated, and I see it at page 5, that speaks to respect and revitalize restorative justice forms of justice through Indigenous laws and Pimatasiwan way of life for ourselves, so that we have our own law systems, justice systems, and legal orders. And in fact, looking at how do we ourselves look at a transition of having responsibility and funding directly to First Nations organization for the delivery of legal aid services. Because right now we're still bound under the legislation of Ontario in the provision of legal services through Legal Aid Ontario Office of Toronto. And that's been a struggle in looking at how do we open that door to ensuring that the justice of the North, for the North, issues that we face here in our communities are dealt with appropriately, and that decisions are not made within Toronto, where they have not the experience that yous have in addressing the issues. So that is critically important to looking at how this needs to move forward. And what is presented here are all of the programs within. So starting with the legal aid program, you'll see that at page 14. This is the longest program that's been running. It was created in 1990 as the first program for legal aid services provision under Legal Aid Ontario. There was an agreement in 2004 that looked at a memorandum of understanding that began to look at formalizing a relationship with the Anishinaabe Nation with regard to the presentation delivery of legal aid services, and that was in place until 2022, and that some change has been made, and that'll be presented later on in this part of the presentation. So that Northern courts are now resuming, except for one First Nation who has determined that they will not have Northern courts at this time until certain issues are resolved directly with the court administrative system and the judicial officials that are responsible for the administration of justice in the Northwest. So we do have advanced courts continuing to be held virtually for Mushkegowgamong and Prakanjagam, for example. There are community legal workers, taking into consideration that this report was done up to March 31, 2022, and some changes have been made in some areas. So just keeping that in mind, so that members can call in by Zoom or attend in person to speak or see duty counsel prior to the court system. Community legal workers are also available to assist with completing forms, commissioning documents, making referrals to NAN Legal programs, and completing applications for legal aid. And there is a legal aid and financial eligibility requirement that provides guidelines as to what are the legal issues that can be addressed through the legal aid certificate system of NAN Legal. It is not it's not a law firm. We are not a law firm, so we cannot do what a law firm can do as far as addressing multitude of legal issues that includes litigation. So this is a legal aid service system with a certificate system where eligibility requirements are with respect to criminal law and family law and some administrative matters. And we now have within our new legal aid services agreement 4 staff lawyers in-house presently, and we are hoping that we can grow to 8. But at this time there are 4 who are available to be contacted to provide delivery of summary advice, duty counsel advice, and to represent clients in the cases that are eligible under the legal aid system for criminal, family, and that is taking place. So there is, the office has the legal services manager, and she'll be presenting, that's Heather Bailey, this afternoon. We have information on the applications for legal aid certificates that can be presented this afternoon more specifically. One of the other important areas of the NAN Legal office is the public legal education. And so that's been one of the 4 areas of significance in the mandate for NAN Legal. So it's 4 parts. It's legal services, having lawyers, lawyer services provided and made available, public legal education, as well as the community legal workers, as I mentioned. And the 4th part, which we are undertaking through a restorative justice, is law reform. So those are the 4 corners of the mandate for legal aid services. Public legal education is on page 17. And that is growing across the community. Work that needs to be done. We have added other responsibilities within this by seeking funding from other sources, from the Department of Justice, who have provided some funding to provide legal and justice service information throughout, and that's listed there on page 17, from anti-racism issues, looking at legal aid and support for racialized communities. So we do have funding for that, which is in place right now. Communicating with communities, providing public legal education forums, coming to your community to address looking at what are the services that are provided, what are some of the areas of assistance that can be provided within the bail program, and also mental health training. We have quarterly newsletters updating on the website. It's a vast website. It's got a lot of information that's made available, and also they do have a Facebook social media account that they do, and they have a lot of public legal education resources. And there is our room back there, the booth room down the hallway, that has a lot of information for you to be able to draw from. We also have professional development and training for looking at how victims can reclaim their future, and that within the visit to the Gladue Court, some of the legal aid staff attended to look at that. And there's also looking at issues with respect to the Parole Board of Canada. Staff lawyers have looked at providing help in looking at wills and estates, and looking at other legal issues. So part of the legal aid program is the GLADU program, and that's at page 20. The GLADU reports are provided for under our legal unit, and they work closely aligned with the criminal court matters that come before for those who have been accused, and that they have a right to be represented with GLADU reports. And so this is setting out the information for you on that one. And there'll be highlights brought in this afternoon. I'm flipping over quickly now to page 25, where we have Indigenous bail verification and supervision with the Community Release and Reintegration Program. So what I'm speaking to is these are all under the Legal Services Unit, and that some of the data isn't presented there on what has been done in this past year. There's also an Indigenous Bail Navigator pilot project. We have one staff member that's situated within the Monteith Correctional Center, and that has been successful this year, and the hope is that we can continue to provide more support services within the bail system of the institutions. The new program that you would be aware of is a discharge planning program, which came into effect within an MOU that we drafted collectively with the Ministry of the Attorney General and Indigenous Justice Division, Solicitor General, and Anishinaabe Nation Political Office, with the board's support here from NAN Legal, and looking at taking responsibility for ensuring the safe return to the home communities of the members that were being released from jail, after having served time, or where they were being released from custody, from court, or they were requiring assistance to get home during COVID. So that was an agreement specifically for COVID. At this time, there's been a transition of continuing with receiving the funding, but it's not known whether or not NAN Legal will continue to have responsibility for the administration of this discharge planning program. We have 4 staff that work with the communities, with a connection to the chiefs or the community contact person, to making sure that the community leadership is knowledgeable about who is returning home to community, and that there is acceptance and a coordination with the community leadership or their delegate community worker to work with the staff that we have on the discharge planning. So there was some uncertainty there as to whether or not NAN Legal will be able to continue with this, because it all depended on funding. The work that had been done prior to COVID was that it was done through the jail systems themselves and the court systems. And oftentimes, our members were not aware that they were to receive supports for travel, beyond a bus ticket across town or beyond walking out the door and finding your own way home. So that was a major concern, that the discharge coordination from the institutions were not being done effectively, and so that was critical. We do have 2 minutes, I think, of the auditors here. She's out there? Okay. So that's a restorative justice program next. This is a massive area of our programming. There's going to be a considerable presentation this afternoon for a full hour and a half on this. What we have here in the annual report is the restorative justice programs. There's about 8 programs there. We have the victim witness liaison report program that supports victims of harm in the justice system, and how we can look at helping them with the staff and having circles held with the family, and looking at ways to reconcile the relationship to provide support to the victims. The Talking Together program has been around many years also, with NAN Legal looking at the child and family issues, and that we have a number of circles that have been held with families to look at the reconciliation, to maintaining the integrity of the family, to support community, the individuals, the children, and looking at how to support them as well. And we'll have a presentation again also this afternoon. Some of the data is there in all of this as to how many cases have been addressed within legal system, within the restorative justice program system, and within the victim witness, and also the Talking Together program. And the remainder of the report speaks to the human resources. We have a large human resources department now. We had no HR person before. We now have a HR department, so that is significant. Is that, and I wish to make an acknowledgement of that also, as we need to look at how to meet our obligations under the legislation for the protection of employees. And that's the report, with the presentation at the back of the map and the councils that are represented, the 8 councils who are represented on the board of directors. Miigwech.
Yeah.
So at this time, we're going to ask the auditor to come up and do the presentation on the fiscal year. Is she in the hallway?
Yeah, she's in the hallway.
Shoni Augimata, no Nagnita bit the badge.
Shelley.
Shelley.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Goudreau from M&P, and I had the pleasure of doing the audit for Anishinaabe Legal Services this year. I believe everybody has a copy of the financial statements, and I'll bring you through them at a high level, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. For sure. So the first report that we look at is the independent audit report. So that is our report to the board of directors and to the members. And in the case of Anishinaabe Legal Service, we issue what we call a clean opinion. So that means that we didn't find any issues when we were doing the audit work that would cause us to believe that the financial statements weren't fairly presented. So we're able to say that the financial statements of Anishinaabe Legal Services are fairly presented for the year. It goes on to talk about the responsibilities of management and those charged with government. So the management does put together the financial statements, and the board of directors is responsible for overseeing that process. As auditors, what we look at is we look at the areas where there might be risk of material misstatement, our understanding of your control processes to make sure that there's no risk in internal controls, and that the overall presentation of the financial statements and the policies used is appropriate. That is our audit report to the agency. Looking at the numbers, the statement of financial position is the first page. So that's basically your assets and liabilities at March 31st. So the agency had over just $6 million in assets. Most of that is in cash, so just over 4.6 million in cash. And that is significantly up from the prior year because there was a bunch of funding that was received right near year end that gets spent in fiscal 2024. In addition to cash, there was about 642,000 owing from your funders and about 280,000 receivable for HST. Then we add on what we call your tangible capital assets. So that is things like leasehold improvements, computers, furniture of 519,000. And there was quite a bit of addition there this year with your new space. So total assets again of just over 6 million. On the liability side, there was amounts owing at year end to your suppliers, your employees, and to your funders of just over 1.5 million. And then $2.8 million of deferred revenue, so funding that came in for fiscal 2023 but carries on for programs in fiscal 2024. And that mainly has to do with the new fly-in court and virtual justice programs. So we take our liabilities away from our assets, we're left with a net assets or your surplus of just over 1.5 million. And you can see that 1.1 million of that is unrestricted, so that is the agency's dollars to retain. Looking at page 2, the revenue page, so you can see broken down by funder how your revenue came in. So you had just over $14.6 million in revenue this year. about $3 million up from the prior year. And that mostly is in relation to some new programs that were funded by the Ministry of Attorney General and Legal Aid in relation to the Flying Court, the Virtual Justice Program, the Bail Bed Program, and then some pay parity received for your employees. Looking at the next page, it shows how that revenue was spent for the year. So the expense side, expenses were just over 14 million, up 2.5 million from the prior year, and I'll just highlight some of the larger changes. So things like meetings, travel, automotive, those increased, but it's just bringing it kind of back into level with pre-COVID times. And then some of the other things that have gone up are salary and benefits. You did receive pay parity funding, so you were able to pass that along to your staff. And rent and utilities is up a bit because of the new space. And office supplies looks significantly up, but that mainly is the internet costs related to the new programs within the communities. Okay. So overall, just over 14 million of expenses. When we take that away from revenue, we're left with a surplus of just over 600,000. We adjust for your capital assets of 81,000. So your total excess of revenue over expenses is 682,000, which is retainable by the agency because it's mostly from the admin dollars that you get to keep from your programs. And the final page we'll look at is just it shows the change in the net assets. So you started the year with a surplus of 850,000. We add the 682,000 for the current year, and that's how we get to the net assets or surplus that is the agency's of 1.5 million. The rest of the financial statements is just further information to support those numbers, but so I won't go over it at this time. But if anybody has questions, I'd be happy to take those now. Well, I'm not seeing any questions, so again, I just thank you for the opportunity to work with the agency, and just want to say continue with the great work that you guys are doing for our community. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Shelley, for your presentation. So there you have the annual report for last year's fiscal year. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the floor for questions because that was a lot of information. A lot of the programs that are delivered to your programs affect your members. So I'm going to open the floor for any questions that you may have on the annual report that can be addressed to either the executive director or the financial piece of the annual report. So I'll leave the floor open. Bishingagon we kagweta diagagi tabachum tagwek, diagagi kaginan kitamagwek in your communities on the NAN legal services. And as the executive director said, this afternoon there will be other presentations related to the work that they're doing, so there is that opportunity again to bring up any issues or concerns on programs that are being delivered to your members. It's pretty quiet this morning. It's a lot of information that, and a lot of work that's being done on behalf of your community members. So if there is not any questions, we'll move on to the next agenda item. So, okay. All right. Yeah. So we do have a question first anyway.
Good morning, everyone. Warren Hardesty, proxy, Moose Cree First Nation. Just a quick question on the financial aspect of expenses. The second highest expense here is internal management fees. I was just wondering if I could get a description of what internal management fees are and what do those costs entail. Thank you.
For sure. So the internal management fees are the portion of funding that your funders allow the agency to keep for administration and other dollars. So it shows on an expense on that side, but if you look on the revenue side under unrestricted, you'll see that come in as revenue for the agency. So essentially, you brought in $1.2 million, only spent about 600,000 of that for internal operations, so the agency is allowed to retain the remaining 600,000 of that. Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, so the floor is still open for any other questions on the annual report or the audited fiscal year for last year. So any other questions? Okay, so there is one resolution. Okay, there's a resolution attached to this part of the agenda. So under tab, I believe it is F? Yeah. 3F, if you look on 3F, there is a resolution that is in your package. So the resolution is 01/2023, September. It's the acceptance of the NAN Legal Annual Report and Audit. And I'll go through reading the whole thing. Whereas bylaw number 1 of Anishinaabe Legal Services Corporation, also known as NAN Legal, requires the corporation to report to its members, the chiefs of Anishinaabe Nation, on an annual basis. Whereas NAN Legal Services has presented its annual report and has arranged for the presentation of the audit of 2022-23 fiscal year, and the Board of Directors recommends the approval of the audited financial statements, whereas the Board of Directors has also recommended that the auditors of the corporation, MNP LLP, be appointed for 2023-24 fiscal year to audit its financial records and statements. Therefore, be it resolved that NAN Chiefs in Assembly do hereby accept and approve the annual report, audited financial statements as presented for the 2022-23 fiscal year. Finally, be it resolved that MNP LLP is hereby appointed as auditors of NAN Legal Services for the 2023-24 fiscal year to audit the financial records and statements of NAN Legal Services, dated at Thunder Bay, Ontario, this 13th day of September 2023. I need a mover for this resolution. I need a mover for this resolution. Okay.
Move the Les Nolan proxy for Chief Jason Gauthier,
Okay.
Missinabbi Cree.
All right. We do this because for the minute takers, not everybody knows the delegates, so thank you. That's Nolan. I need a seconder for the resolution. I need a seconder.
Proxy Warren Hardesty, Moose Cree.
Okay, thank you. Does the mover have any comments on the resolution? No comments?
No, none right now.
Okay, thank you. Does the seconder have any comments? Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any comments on the resolution? Any comments? The floor is now open. First call. It's like bartending days, eh? Second call. Any comments on the resolution? Third call. Any comments? All in favor of the resolution? All in favor? Thank you. Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. Thank you, Chiefs. Okay, I'm going to call upon Adam Fiddler.
Okay, we're doing good, folks. Next on the agenda was the break, but I'm not going to give you a break because it's too early. We're just going to move along to the next agenda item, and then we'll see how things go. Proxy from Maggie Kustajan. The person you were talking about, if you can have them stand by just in case we finish early before lunch, just a standby. Okay. So next on the agenda is tab 4 in your packages, and that is the compensation study. So it's a presentation on the compensation study. So I'm going to ask Irene Linklater to lead that presentation. There may be somebody else as well, but I'm going to ask Irene to lead that. If we can have the technicians put up on the screen tab 4 and then sub-tab G, so 4G. So Irene, it's all yours.
Hamigwech. I'll do a PowerPoint presentation with respect to the two topics that are to be presented, and that is the compensation study and new organizational model of NAN Legal Annual General Assembly Report, this day, September 2023. So the first part is on this one page with respect to the compensation study. This was a component of the new legal services agreement negotiations that was held the previous year and concluded in 2022. That is, receives the funding from Legal Aid Ontario for the delivery of legal services. In respect to the compensation study, we had sought an increase for salaries for staff within the legal aid department who had not received funding increases for a long number of years, and that we had also looked at the issue of pay equity with wage parity. What had happened was that a number of our other programs were receiving funding that was considerably larger, in that we were able to have salaries at a different level that was approved by the funders of the other funding, such as the Ministry of the Attorney General, Indigenous Justice Division, Department of Justice. But within Legal Aid Ontario, we were stuck in a limited budget where we were informed that NAN Legal is responsible for the envelope of funding that we received, and it was up to us to decide how much funding goes to the salaries of those positions. The difficulty is that our funding didn't increase, and so that the travel dollars were limited as well. And so there was a comparative presentation that we provided to them with the assistance of our consultant, and her name is mentioned there, financial advisor Diane Dunford from Silver Foam Consulting. We did a cost comparative to the GLADU program, for example, where funding is limited from Legal Aid Ontario, where we can only provide a certain amount and level of funding. But when we got the funding from the Ministry of the Attorney General Indigenous Justice Division, we were able to have a higher level of funding for staff positions from that funding department. And so there was an inequity to the salary that was available, and created difficulties within the management of the funding systems and meeting the needs of staff with respect to the salary grids. And so in the negotiations process, we came to an understanding between the parties of Legal Aid Ontario's officials at the negotiations table and with the board representatives, and that was represented by the executive committee of the board of directors. In the negotiations process, it was agreed that a separate compensation study would be done and paid for by Legal Aid Ontario, and at that cost it was a $40,000 separate program funding agreement that was then done to look at new salary grid, how that comparison could be done, and Diane Dunford, Silver Foam Consulting, was contracted to lead the study, and that began in the fall of last year, 2022. So there were drivers identified for the study, and a process was held with managers to begin that process. This was done through a board of directors motion to accept the undertaking of a retainer with Diane Dunford's company to do the study for us and come up with a report to the board for review and decision. And the drivers that were identified within that study was to provide a basis to negotiate funding increases with LAO, and that was then followed by looking at other funders across our organization so that it was not only limited to Legal Aid Ontario funded staffing program, but for it to go across the board to all of our staff. And that was a decision made by the board so that there would be not only pay equity, which is legislatively required, but wage parity, which is on for a fair and just system across the whole of the organization. So within that process, it was to ensure that NAN Legal meets its pay equity obligations, which is regulatory governed, and to ensure compensation fairness throughout the organization. We had already begun to undertake a pay equity study with a company, it's called Equity and More, with Gail Lawrence prior to this. So we were in good standing as far as that we had already found funds within our administration to look at how to deal with pay equity, because pay equity is a requirement for all organizations. And we had begun this in 2017 in the development of how to get this funded and what is needed. And the consultant Gail Lawrence was identified, and she took on the contract to provide that expertise to us in that, and was brought to the board also in the steps and measures that had to be taken. So when we had the pay equity draft study completed, it was at this time that the compensation study requirement by Legal Aid Ontario came into play during the negotiations of the new legal services agreement. In addition to the other 2 points noted, it was also to improve employee recruitment and retention, specifically using the Legal Aid Ontario wage rates as a benchmark for or a comparator for competitiveness, to looking at the salary levels that are paid to staff at NAN Legal unit to that of Legal Aid Ontario staff who did comparable work, or we found that the uniqueness of our responsibilities in delivering legal services to NAN Legal territory was remarkably greater complexity in that those delivery of services. So that was the basis upon which that undertaking of that study was done. And that compensation study report was provided to the board in February 2022. It was approved by the board, and that then the legal aid salary component was addressed. It also required the consensus and support of the Legal Aid Ontario, which they had committed to providing a retro pay to those positions, and the calculations that Diane Dunford had come up with in looking at what is the existing salary and what was the agreed to salary level that was achieved in looking at the compensation study, came to a total of $290,000. So there was a $290,000 difference between what the staff across the board had looked at for all of our positions. And as I said before, although the study began with the Legal Aid Ontario study, the decision of the board was for it to apply across the board to all of the programs for fairness and a just way to have a compensation grid that was then approved. And so the new salary grid was then in place. Job descriptions were utilized, and with the classification system to do the job evaluation tool development with the consultant and working with human resources and management as well. Then we brought the job descriptions up to the complexities of the position, and from that the grid identified, are there supervisory responsibilities, are there expertise requirements where you have to have a professional standing, for example, in those positions. So there are now tools that are being developed. We're having the development of a policy, pay equity policy, which is still to be brought to the board for review. The pay equity policy that's been developed by the consultant is it was too lengthy, like 25 pages. We found was too large, and I'm looking at this from my lens as when we're looking at a policy that needs to look at pay equity, it shouldn't require 25 pages of legal jargon. That it has to be user-friendly and understandable so that we can apply it and have it part of our training so that it's a user-friendly document that is understood, so that we understand our obligations that need to be met as an organization when it comes to looking at the statutory obligations that we have. So in addition to that was, as I said, the wage parity portion that had to be addressed also, and that was done in combination with looking at the new salary grid system that's in place and the job descriptions being done. And each new job description that is now done for the organization is evaluated in the process of the classification tool that is there with the assistance of Gail to help us and how to make adjustments to how we then look at the salary grid. And in that is a responsibility upon us as we develop our annual programs, because we are not annualized funding. We are funded year to year. We have to submit all of our proposals annually every year. Some of us have programs that go over 2 years, but we don't have core funding. We have to fight for our funds every year. But the agreement with Legal Aid Ontario itself is for 3 years with respect to funding that there has been some increase to that. The other programs that we have are annualized funding, so we have to negotiate. So why I'm saying that is that the importance of this is that new wage salary grid and job description system that we have for those positions on the set of complexities within the job classification system. We have to undertake that responsibility to inform our funders, which I have been doing, and working with managers to ensuring that when we make our submissions and draft our proposals and negotiate with the funders, that they respect the salary grid compensation system that has been endorsed by the board for our organization, NAN Legal. And so that is a responsibility that has to be upheld. And so that management also, we need to receive training on how to understand that is a part of our job obligations to undertake that as well. And that's so we will continue to do that. So there also is a training for all staff to look at the job performance that comes out of the study, and that is that we must have job evaluations, but it has to be understood as to what is the context of the job evaluation as we as employees are evaluated under that system, and we have the obligation and the responsibility of self-evaluation to understand what is required from us in our job performances. So that job description documentation needs to be up to date. Training through our HR and our consultant is available. We had thought we could have a lot of this done by June of 2023, but it's now September, and we're still working on a couple of fronts. One is the pay equity policy, and the other is the job evaluation tool, working with our consultant, Gail Lawrence, on that. So we now have a completion of the compensation study that was done, and it's now in place within our departments. And I'm turning now to the next slide, looking at the new organizational model. Concurrently with the compensation study, at the meeting of the Board of Directors, a retreat was held in October of 2022. In the 4 years that I've been here working with NAN Legal, it's been addressed at the board that we are growing immensely and rapidly as an organization, and that how can we strategize to deal with the matters that are in place. During COVID, we had our 5-year strategy development, And we brought that to the meeting in British Columbia. And the four-part strategy for our strategic plan, which goes from 2021 to 2026, looks at 4 areas, and that's legal services, restorative justice and traditions, which is our justice programs, financial stability for organization, and as you saw within the financial presentation by our auditor, we have a healthy budget. We have a healthy audit report, and that we are doing extremely well, despite the fact that we have to fight for our funding annually, and so that it is a success in itself on that front. We also have the 4th pillar of our strategic plan, and that is collaboration and partnerships. Collaboration and partnerships with respect to working with communities, with leadership, you as the leadership of the communities on the service delivery that's had with through NAN Legal, because we report to you on the work that's done. We draw from you the instruction and the mandates to how to make improvements to what work is being done at NAN Legal, and then partnerships with our funders so that we can continue to seek out funding to how to make improvements and to deliver of services. And not necessarily to grow as a monster-sized administrative entity, but something that's authentic and unique and meets the needs and service needs of legal and justice services for Anishinaabe Nation. We have had funders asking us to take over certain programs, but it's brought to the board. Then we look at the matters of, we are not going to just take over a transfer of administrative responsibilities on justice matters where there's flaws to them, and that we're not going to be a dumping ground for funders to ask us to take on their programs that are underfunded, ineffective, and not appropriate to the culturally necessary responsibility of the delivery of services for NAN legal communities and members for our justice and legal services. Just to add that point. And so the new organizational model discussion was held in British Columbia with the chiefs, with the board of directors, pardon me, and they came up with 4-point strategy. One was a growth strategy to the development of a new operational model. And that's the beginning of the formal instruction to development of a new operational model. Second was succession planning. Succession planning on what happens when we have a vacancy within a board. What happens when we have vacancy within senior management? What happens when we have vacancy at community for community representation? So it was decided that we would begin to look at succession planning document, prepare a plan or a guide at all levels of the board management and program areas. 3 was to look at the legal services agreement between Legal Aid Ontario and NAN Legal, signing an announcement that took place in the fall. And that is a 3-year plan, so we still have to look at evaluating how this 3-year plan is going to look like. And 4th was looking at the incarceration, inquests, custody deaths, and wraparound services for life stabilization of our members who are found or caught in that system. And that is the area from which we received instruction. So in looking at the approval by the Board of Directors for the organizational review in the fall of 2022, again, we were able to receive the financial consulting expertise of Diane Dunford from Silver Foam Consultants to have, because we had grown in the last 10 years from $4 million also annually to now more than 16 million, as you saw in that report. And we have a number of funders from up to those employees. So we had our workshop, we had a survey held of the questions to the staff on their thoughts for organizational change. The identification from the feedback, this is the #1 issue. Program silos and the need to improve client services by having programs work together more effectively identified as a key issue. And so that's what we're working with. You know, a large organization, multiple programs, many staff. We had a COVID experience. So now we are back again face-to-face in our offices and communities, and we need to revisit again this finding that we are still experiencing program silos and how to become more effectively building our relationships together. And that one of the ways that staff had planned this was for a staff gathering, which is not noted here. A staff gathering in November is going to be held here in Thunder Bay at the Norwest Hotel. All staff, all board members will be coming for us to engage with each other, to meet each other maybe for the first time. All of us have met probably on Zoom, but to find out, to learn from each other what the program services are that we do and what are the needs at our community for the people that we serve, and how can we make improvements to support each other, to make referrals to each other, to understand what all the programs are, because there are many. And we each have our jobs to do in community, so how can we have responsibility and be expected to learn about all these other programs? That's like taking a course on how to understand what the other programs provide. So it requires training. And so that's the opportunity in November that we're going to have our first gathering to do this. And so that the board had approved the model of the new organization in February 2023, and there is a chart that provides guide for the implementation, monitoring, and review for this. So change management is really tough. It's one of the hardest experiences that a large organization faces when we have to go through change, and it's not easy. As being part of those affected by the change and those that have to be responsible for addressing the change. So we hope that we can go through an implementation process here. We have a monitoring committee of the board. There are 2 members on the board as a monitoring committee to review our process. So we will have a review of the change of the organizational model, and that it'll be brought to the board with a review with the staff, and hopefully we can look at some of this by some measure survey to our meeting in November. So we need to also look at training to increase organizational capacity at management level for directors and managers, and for those aspiring to become the directors and managers of the organization, from promotions from within, having staff apply for positions within the organization once the vacancies come up. We also require financial training, reading and using financial statements and other financial reports and preparing budgets, understanding the criteria of the funders as to what's expected and what they can cover, what's not covered. Budget training, how to prepare and negotiate for those budgets. Reporting, we have to report to our funders, so we need to know what data is required, what narrative reports need to be there, and how often do they have to be done. So technology has stepped in now to our life in looking at reporting. Ontario has now come into a funding system where you have to do something called TPON, a Transfer Payment Ontario system, where it's electronically provided, where we have to do used to be our written reports that we'd submit in binders. We now have to do them electronically and get online to do these reports, as well as our financial reporting that needs to be done. And it's determined by the number of reporting requirements done by the funding agreement. And so that's that in itself is a training process, and we've gone through that. But it's still, go through training once or twice. It's not easy, but it's learnable. And once you practice it a couple of times, it becomes manageable, and we can do it. Also, policy training on financial, personnel, and governance policies to ensuring the senior employees understand the scope of their decision-making authority, as well as their broader accountability obligations to the organization. So it's for all staff to receive training on pay equity policy, as I mentioned, and for job performance measures that need to be done. And that's the conclusion of my presentation. Miigwech for your patience in hearing me through these details.
So
That's that one.
Yeah.
There, yeah.
Do you want questions on that? Or
Yeah, we can, if they want.
wanna-
Okay, if there are any questions, then I'm here to respond to your questions, Miigwech.
Okay, so very good presentation. Any questions? Any questions or comments on the presentation?
That chart I talked about is on tab G. Is it G?
Yeah, tab G. It's actually tab 4 and then sub-tab G, so 4G.
Oh, it's actually H, pardon me,
Is it H?
4H.
Mine's
Yeah. There it is it's on the screen. And that's, you'll see how vast the organization is, how large it's grown, so the growth strategy was really necessary, important. As we mentioned in our annual report this morning, the beginning of NAN Legal with the legal aid services delivery programming, with the Talking Together program that was established, grew to a larger organization of other ways to look at the law reform mandate of our organization to restorative justice, looking at circle diversion from the legal court system to restorative justice and alternative ways to address the issues of legal consequences, and the circles being one of them, on how to bring the parties together for reconciliation, to taking responsibilities, to seeking support, and to have agreements within the circle that will be addressed this afternoon with the restorative justice presentations. So that is the largest section. Is in the middle is the growth of the organization. So with the legal aid services side, we have a director of legal services position now. There was a change within Legal Aid Ontario. We used to have an area director, but that position was dissolved, and under the new Legal Aid Services Act Ontario, and then our agreement with Legal Aid Ontario, we have a legal services lead that has been identified to be identified as a director of legal services. We also received the approval for the establishment of a director of justice programs, and that is now in place, and the creation of a finance unit, which is the far right, with a finance director. And the very top of the chart there, you'll see the executive director, and that's the position that I hold. It has a different title up there, but my position is executive director. Miigwech. That's the title. That's the title of our. That's the title of our theme. That's the theme of our.
So that's the presentation already? So
Yep.
there's no more?
No.
You're good?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the theme of our presentations for the afternoon.
Okay, so it's what time? 10:42? And that's our agenda items until 12 o'clock. First time it's gone that fast for a meeting for me anyway. I don't want to jinx it.
No, we're good. Yeah.
So I did ask Proxy Gustajan, who had the request for a presentation from Attawapiskat, to have Marietta standing by, and she's here. So what I wanted to do is maybe we'll take a break. We do have a 15-minute break on the agenda, so we'll do that now. We'll be back for, what time? 11 o'clock? 11 o'clock. We will reconvene, and then we'll have the presentation from Attawapiskat. So 15-minute break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock. Miigwech.
form of a criminal act. People used to
So welcome back, everybody. Just to let you know, there's going to be a draw. Everybody should be able to get a ticket. I don't know if you got a ticket. I don't know if they brought them around the tables. We're going to have a draw. I'm not even sure what the prize is. It's a big prize. What is it? A new car. So we're going to have a draw. Some of the staff out in the hall making sure that everybody's got a ticket. Actually, what we should have done is draw right at 11, and you have to be here in order to win. Should have announced that. I didn't. I'm just looking out the back, out in the hall. I think we were trying to do the draw before we get started again. And then I'm going to turn it over to Connie to introduce Ninja. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. Okay.
Okay, so we don't know where the draw people are, so we're going to go ahead and have the delegate from Wapiskat come up and present the issue that you wanted to bring up. Marietta Chigipijat. Are you coming with her? Okay. All right, the two ladies, delegates from Wapiskat, Tabitapachamuk.
Wajir, Marietta Matinas, Tishanakasan, Egomaga, Anushka Gishagak, Tipishkamomagan Gosses Kaigishe, Wanahayak, Neobisum Spano, Bejana Mortena Bishishke Guana, Winosche, Kaigit, Egomaga Nesta. We not all but the man we on Jiggy Wawi just on off. Not work skin to get dick, West Tanagaiche, Tanagaited, Kaportogama, Hebistishik. A gonema a beshish I how. We ate to yan the Shigisho Neabastayan, Maskego Mon Himian. Ego mamaw sa sigisyon mana menon taman na imian kawito yan bogito yan kego na yan murtaman isa kaskitayan mga kaito estamoten kego na ninos tong gawit ay how kawito yan. I want to say thank you for me to be here and to tell my story. What happened to my late son. 4 months ago, today is 4 months. On May 13, he passed away in jail, Monteith. Those of you that don't know where that is, near Timmins, about an hour away. And he was taken custody on first week April. So on May 13, that's when I was told that he took his own life while he was in custody. So I'm still grieving. Every morning I cry for him, and And also, I wanted to be strong for my other children and my grandkids. On May 14, 2 a.m., that's when we had sad news. And that morning, my sister, my daughter-in-law came over and told me that your son passed away. So I went around, go see my other boys, and tell them what happened to their brother. And Mark was 44 years old. He had his own family. He had children and one grandson. So after I hear stories, what happened to him, people that stayed in Monteith, and that really hurt me, and I wanted to find out more. I still don't know what really happened today. One worker called me from North Bay. She works in Monteith. She says she's gonna talk to me later on. And she said, I'm sure that you wanted to know many questions. What happened to your son? She said. Yeah, I said to her, but right now I just want two things. Is it true that he took his own life? And she said yes. Is it true that he hanged himself? And she said yes. And I said, where did this happen? In this room or somewhere else? And she said, in the washrooms. In the what do you call those? Shower rooms. So, okay, and I said to her, okay, those are the stuff right now I wanted to know. So, I'm still waiting from autopsy. Doctor called me. He's from North Bay, and he's one of the autopsies. So he said, just to let you know, it's going to take a while before you get autopsy report. So we're just waiting. And he said, how long? I asked how long will it take, and he said for a while, because we have to redo some more stuff, making sure everything is good. So today I'm grateful to be here and to share what happened to my son. Sometimes I imagine my own thoughts, what happened to him. Is it true that he took his own life? It's hard for me to believe that, because I have his letter. He sent me a letter on first week May. I still have that with me here. And he wrote it down on April, end of April, before my birthday. My birthday is May 1st. And he wrote it down and said, give me the birthday wishes. And also, he talked about for us to sit down again. And he wanted to come home and work on his life and towards his girlfriend. He said he wanted to be a better person. So that's why he didn't mention anything about not coming home or to talk negative way. It's all positive letter. And that's why I have a question about that. Also, I hear stories from people that came out from Monteith. There's one guy, I didn't hear him, but my family members told, I guess he said Mark got beat up that night. I could hear him screaming. I could hear him, he was raped. And also later on, that's when he heard that he died. So those are the answers I'm looking for. And this another man, young man, he came from Monteith, and I saw him, and he came in and gave me a hug, and he said, I'm sorry about Mark, he said. I was with him, and when they told us to go the other side, they're gonna move us to the other side, and we know the other side is rough, a lot of violence on the other side, he said. So we said we're going to help each other, support each other when we go the other side. So that day, he said, when they came and called the names, they didn't call my name, he said, only Mark and the other guys. You know what? Mark didn't sleep in there after they took him to the other side. That evening, that's when we heard he passed away. So he was really sorry not being there with him. And I said, that's okay. I talked to him. Maybe it wasn't meant you to be there, I said. Tried to help him. That was his friend. So, and this man that came out, that's when the one that heard that night. And this man, I wanted to meet him and go see him and visit when I have a chance to do it, but I don't know if he's gonna talk to me. But sometimes when those prisoners, when they go in jail back and forth, they don't share much because they're afraid to go back. That's what I hear from other people. So coming here to share this, not only my son, I don't want this to happen again. And I want to re-look everything, like especially Monteith. I hear that they're not really looked after, especially Native people. There are so many stories I hear in that place, not nice stories. I hear another man came out from there and he said, we only wash our own clothes. They don't give us any more clothing like it used to be before. Some people wear their clothes 1 month and we use our hands to wash underwears. That's what he said. Those kind of stuff I hear. So this is why I'm here, so chiefs could look up more stuff, find out what's going on in that Monteith, because we don't want to lose our people that goes there. So my partner came here with me. He support me. I don't know if I miss anything. I don't know if he wants to say something. But for me, those are the stuff I wanted to share. And Mingos, that I'm here. Did you want to say? I don't know if I forget. Did you want to smash? Yeah, Sishka. I don't know if he wants to say. Did I forget? Did I forget something?
Oh, Mingos.
I don't know if I forget something.
Ochi nas komunote ebiji dotian. Oa gino gani chik. Oops. Giche gistende note ebeche pagetin dosean. We check. So every time she speaks, I get so emotional because I'm the one that feels what she feels. You know, we came here to the leaders to ask them to help with the investigation, to put political pressure on that institution to reveal what really happened. Right now it's very fake what really went on. And there's a lot of stuff we hear that's very suspicious to us. We don't really believe what the institution is saying happened in there. You know, the coroner did some work on the body, and the investigation, they haven't finished to reveal what the results of the on their examination of the body. You know, when we went to get the body from Timmins, we flew there, and when we saw it at the morgue in Timmins, I noticed his eyes were puffy here, and she didn't even notice it. She didn't notice it because he was going through trauma, emotional trauma. She didn't notice, but I did notice. I have it in my cell phone. I took pictures of the face. It was puffed up like he was hit, and there's no mention of him getting beat up. I got in my phone. So I'm thinking when they maybe independent investigation be done. So I would provide this, what I took, a picture of his face. And some other, we have heard from people, like she said, we will keep the names of those people that told a piece of their story, so the investigators will get the names and interview those people that saw and heard what happened in that prison. And we're so suspicious because Mark wrote to his mother saying there's no mention of any how do you say that, distress, that he's depressed. He was willing to come down and make amendments, whatever he had with some people. That's why we don't believe whatever the investigators would say, the outcome of their investigation. And another thing, Mark had spoken to one of his aunts, Marieta's sister. There's no mention of anything that he would take his life. It was just a normal conversation that he always did with his aunt. And that's why it brought us here. I'm very thankful to the Deputy Chief here for allowing us to come and address this to you all, so you could help maybe push the investigation be done to this prison, the institute. There's a lot of stories that will come out from there. I had a lot of things that I wanted to share and point out, but right now, after she spoke, I got so emotional again. And that happens. It's a very heavy, when something happens to you, it's heavy. The heart is heavy. I thought I'll be okay coming here. I thought it'd be easy to talk, but now I'm having a hard time. And it just brings out the emotions again. I thought I'd be a lot stronger than my This is not what I thought I'd be, bringing tears here. But that's what we wanted. We wanted for the leaders to come and help us and look into this. That's our main goal for coming here. Thank you all for listening. Thank you.
They're going to do a song for me first. Yeah, but I just wanted to speak first. Yep. Miigwech, Marietta, and Joe. And I just wanted the leadership to know that when we were advised of the passing of Mark, and also along with Don Rusnick, who was an executive director of Anishinaabe Legal Services, we did make those inquiries to advocate for Marietta, and as she said, right now she is still waiting for the autopsy, and there will be an inquest, and I think we will need to apply that political pressure to move it along a lot faster, because as we know, when a person dies within an institution, or when they are killed, there is a mandatory inquest. So in this case, because Mark passed at the Monteith Provincial Institution, there will be an inquest. But as we know, those have been taking a long time. Such as in the case of Donald Mamakwa and Roland McKay and Moses Beaver, it took such a long time for the inquest to happen, and so we need to get a letter from Arawabskat to help us in, as well as NAN Legal and as well as NAN, for us to apply that pressure to move this along faster, because this family deserves answers, and they need to find out exactly what happened to their son, to their brother, to their uncle. And so we will do that. And I believe that Heather Bailey of Anishinaabe Legal Services will be the one to be assisting me with that. So we felt it was really, we're grateful that Adawapskat brought and supported Marietta and Joe to come here and share their story, because this has affected many of our communities. We need to have a better system in place so that our families can get those answers, and also to put that pressure on for these institutions to have better safety measures in place. So thank you very much for your time, Ogumakanak and community representatives. And at this time, we have also asked the drum to do a healing song for this family and others who were affected by Mark's death. Jimingwich.
Well,
So what we're going to do is we're going to have an opportunity for people to come and shake their hands, and we're going to break for lunch. So, to give you a chance to join the Megwa. Then we'll break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, miigwech. Thank you to the drum group for the beautiful song. So we're going to have Lucy do the grace for the meal. Thank you, Chief Howard, for reminding me. And right at 1 o'clock, we're going to do the draw. So you have to be here to win. You have to be here. So, Lucy. Yeah, do the grace.
Miigwech. Muska Juna Vegas Kondishnikasan na mewn dem. Miigwech kashaman donas kagisha mine minu mamuhetech. Shamaga mina tamijasana non ekoshamaga and spenamon kashaman do chiwicheguyach o mamicham ka miniguyach anost chiwicheguyach chamashkosiach. Mitneke gon ki betanano anost kagishagag animasichik kitinimak tatobsagaustichik mi kois pakondeton kashemanto nagajenan kitamekwan naman mauche yaw emi jusya how mi kois.
So 1 o'clock. Adjourn till 1. Good afternoon. So we're going to get started again for this afternoon's agenda items. So you'll notice on your agenda, it says Bimat Disiwin, Community-Based Justice. That's not an actual agenda item. It is the theme for this afternoon's agenda items. So we're going to go ahead and start with the New Legal Aid Services Agreement and Funding Model Draft Agreement. I'm going to ask the Legal Aid Manager, Heather Bailey, to come up and do her presentation.
I promised to do the draw right at 1 o'clock, so we're going to do that.
Oh, right. There was a big promise made before. We don't want to be like the Europeans and not keep our promises. So we are going to have the draw. Otherwise, we're going to have pandemonia. So I think that everybody was given a ticket. Right, Adam? Also, when the family comes back that made the presentation prior to lunch, we're going to be doing a donation to them. So someone will be coming around and then we'll have a drum song just to honor what they shared with us and to help them with some of the expenses. But right now the family's not here, but once they get back, we'll do a donation drive as in our customs of giving. So where's these tickets? So did everyone here get a ticket? Okay. So we're going to be doing the draw for the tickets. I'm not sure how we're doing the draw. Oh, here comes the basket. Jun, 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 jun. Drum roll. So we'll do the draw and then we'll get right into the first agenda item for this afternoon. So the theme for this afternoon is Bimat Disiwin. That's the community-based justice projects. So get your tickets out. So everybody that's at the table got a ticket? Yes. And the interpreter was asking for a ticket. Even the interpreter got a ticket. He made sure he got his ticket.
Oh yeah, give Barney a ticket. Tell him to give Barney a ticket.
Okay, Barney's looking for a ticket as well. So if you didn't get a ticket, raise your hand and we'll get a ticket to you. That's our competitive nature coming out there.
Don't raise two hands to get two tickets.
Yeah. No two hands, no two tickets. Okay, apparently staff don't get tickets. Aw, my staff. Okay, the family? Okay, the family? Okay, so the family is going to be coming back at 2 o'clock and we'll do our honor song for them, and as well as anybody that wants to donate to the family to help cover their expenses. Okay, so now I'm going to give it over to the staff to do the draw. Okay.
Get Irene to draw it.
So today the prizes are, we have a ring and we have a speaker. So what is the lucky ticket? Or Irene, do you want to draw, or Jim? All right, the winning ticket is 1019141. So it's Jim. Congratulations. So what we'll do for at the very end is we'll keep all the tickets that are in there, and we do have 2 more prizes. We have another iPad and I believe a Fitbit. So we'll do those at the very end of this today. So stick around, and thanks for coming, everybody.
So at this time, I'd like to call upon Heather Bailey to come and do the, okay, there she is. Okay, are you going to present from there? Okay. All right, the floor is yours.
Bonjour. I just wanted to, on October 20th, NAN Legal and Legal Aid Ontario signed a new service agreement, which would be expiring in March 31st, 2025. We were without a legal aid agreement with NAN Legal for some time. So I'd like to acknowledge the board, executive director, and their team negotiating this agreement with the Legal Aid Ontario board and senior management. And this agreement continues with the delivery of legal services, including paralegal and law-related services, in a culturally appropriate manner for NAN members in Ontario. Some highlights in this agreement: provides a forum for information sharing, and this they will meet quarterly. The first meeting will be held in October 11th of this year. I should also mention, the agreement is in tab 5 of your binder. And some of the highlights in the agreement are to meet with Legal Aid Ontario quarterly, and this is intended to define the roles and responsibilities of both parties, and information sharing. So we'll move on to the second slide. So the agreement provides the administration of the Certificate and Duty Counsel program in accordance with the Legal Aid Services Act. NAN Legal issues certificates for family, criminal, and administrative matters as set out in the Legal Aid Services Act 2020. Another highlight with this agreement is NAN Legal will work collaboratively with Legal Aid on roster management, providing input on developing standards for lawyers providing services in NAN communities. You would see that on page 9, section 3D of the agreement. And part of this is to be involved with lawyer panel management and discipline up to and removing of roster members as appropriate. Legal Aid is also to provide training and resources to support NAN Legal in carrying out the agreement, providing updates with certificate changes, expansion of services, financial eligibility updates, and administrative training for entering applications, for example. And the new addition into the agreement is the staff lawyer program. We have 4 staff lawyers, and they are available to provide summary legal advice and duty counsel in the Northern Flying Courts, public legal education, and referrals to NAN legal programs. Other programs in our office are like GLADU. Oh, sorry, I missed that one. GLADU, Restorative Justice, Talking Together, Bail and Integration, Victim Witness, and I think that's it. And so staff lawyers will provide duty counsel in the fly-in courts, and since April they've been flying in. They've covered 31 fly-in courts and participate in the advanced court dates by Zoom, with the exception of 2 communities that are fly-in, which is Pikangikum and Mishkigaming. And what was the other thing? And I think those were the highlights of the agreement. One other service provided by Legal Aid Ontario is with the GLADU program, and we're just seeking to have increased funding for more writers and aftercare staffing. Okay. Okay. If you'll note page 34 in the in your binder, it sets out the Legal Aid Ontario budget amounts for the legal aid programs. If you will notice, our legal aid duty counsel program is set at $4 million, and with the addition of hiring staff lawyers, they hope to decrease that amount where we're using the staff lawyers for duty counsel. For the certificate program budget, these are legal aid certificates issued from our office for family, criminal, administrative is set at 5.5 million. And this is the only the operating cost for the duty counsel and certificate program. This does not include our administrative program with NAN Legal, within NAN Legal. And if you note on page 35, the funding allotment for the GLADU case program is set at only $238,920, and as I mentioned, we are looking to seek increased funding for more writers. This program is underfunded. And okay. So NAN Legal operating budget is listed on page 13 of the agreement, and our operating, it indicates we get $2,104,471.98 for the next 3 years. This agreement started in 2022 to 2025. And our staff lawyer program remains the same for the next, or until 2024-25 at $750,000. So this is the cost. And they will offset with the duty council program in year 2, set to $1,100,000 for year 2 and 3, an increase in funds. And part of the agreement, when we, the signing of this agreement was for the compensation study that Irene presented earlier. They set $40,000 for that, and also for a recruitment and retention assistance. That's set at $50,000. So that was in the first year of this agreement. Where's this? Mm-hmm.
It's based on the analysis of the court schedules.
Yeah.
That's at page 14.
So on page 14, section 3, part of the agreement, paragraph 2, is in year 1 of the agreement was they were looking at, in order to achieve cost saving settings for the with the new hire of the 4 staff lawyers, and this would have them attend more remote courts as duty counsel, and looking at this, legal aid was hoping to have cost savings, as where we would not be paying the per diem lawyers a daily rate to perform duty counsel services. And with the addition of the staff duty counsel lawyers attending court, clients would receive better service and continuity of the same duty counsel attending the court. And these, this is ongoing and will be brought up at discussion at the technical meetings with legal aid on a quarterly basis. Does anyone have any questions?
So the floor is open for any questions on the new funding services agreement. The floor is open if you want to ask any questions on the new legal aid funding agreement. You'll be here for the rest of the day if there's questions.
Yeah.
So she is going to be here for the rest of the day. If there's any delegate that wants to ask questions on the funding services agreement. She's going to we could go at that. Yeah, in the presentation, Gagitotan.
She just wants to add.
Okay. She's got additional comments.
I just want to mention with this new agreement, our office has the authorization to manage our own certificates, allow authorizations, opinion letters, so that was a big bonus in this agreement.
Okay, thank you. So is there any questions on the new legal aid funding services agreement? Any questions? Like I said, she is here till the end of the day if there's any questions on her presentation. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask Irene to do the next presentation. So the next presentation is the GLADU report, the LAO and MEG. And there's going to be a video with this one, with this presentation. So over to you, Irene.
I'll make which I'd like to introduce the staff who will be presenting on our agenda for the GLADU video that will be produced, that has been produced, pardon me, with the GLADU department and supportive staff. And I'd like to turn the mic over to our very well-informed Terry Zoko, who will provide you with the background on the purpose of this video that we'll be watching and introducing our late colleague spouse, Miigwech.
Bonjour. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Terry Zoko. I'm a GLADU caseworker lead for Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services.
My name is Alexandria Adams, and I'm also a GLADU caseworker for NAN Legal.
I'd like to thank Elaine for being here today. So I'm going to present you with some GLADU t-shirts. Would you like to say something? No? Okay.
The GLADU team would like to acknowledge the loss of our GLADU manager, George Edwards.
We also like to acknowledge the two communities who are grieving, Fort Albany, and I've been practicing this one, Nabinimik. Did I do it right? Okay. We grieve with you.
And we would like to share this video.
My name is Terry Zoko. I'm the senior GLADU caseworker for Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services.
I'm Lenny Carpenter, and I'm a senior GLADU writer with Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services. I'm based in the Timmins office, and I cover the James Bay region and the surrounding communities around Timmins.
Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services is also known as NAN Legal. In the year 1990, it was formerly known as Grand Council Treaty 9, but then they later changed it to Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services. It is actually under the corporation of NAN Political, the NAN Political, and then there's NAPS, Anishinaabe NAN Legal, and then the main office. It helps people who are experience trouble with the justice system and is monitored by Treaty 9. NAN Legal provides paralegal services, talking together program. We have bail, reintegration, victim services, also the GLADU program. I am also the senior GLADU caseworker, which I also monitor all the caseworkers that are in our program. We have 6 in total, 2 here in the Central District, 2 in the East, and 2 in the West. My role is also to train all caseworkers. We make sure that they are pretty much social work kind of background. So a caseworker will follow clients through the court process. The caseworker will also work with the writer to make recommendations, and these recommendations go before the court. And once it's through the court, the judge will determine if that recommendation will be used to help the client on a healthy journey. And the journey is usually involves treatment, education, employment. Maybe if they're on social assistance or ODSP, we help them through that process. We make sure that they are supported, and they also have family involvement, because one person can't go through the process by themselves. So we make sure that they have somebody to walk along them through the court process. A GLUDU report is usually anywhere from 14 to 30 pages. It talks about the life experiences of that individual going through the court process. I don't like to call them clients, because they are human beings. They are people who did a mistake and they're going through the court. And during this court, it's very traumatic, right? Like you're sitting there in front of people you don't even know. So a GLUDU report encompasses their life story, their history, where do they come from? Did their parents go to residential school? Are they first generation from the residential school? What kind of things plague them right now? Like a lot of people just don't commit crimes. They usually have alcohol attached to them. So the judge always says, why is this person before the court? And usually that means that they're alcohol influenced while they were doing their charges. Some have been very serious charges. Like the ones that we serviced usually are for manslaughter, first degree, second degree, aggravated assaults, and that. So we really make sure that they're supported.
So as a GLUDU writer, it's my responsibility to interview the person who the report is about, and ultimately I'll complete the report for the court about them. So how I go about doing that is, once I'm assigned the file and the person who I'm going to write the report about, I will reach out to them and arrange an interview. We always try to do at least one in-person interview with the person. Primarily because it allows them to open up. I feel it helps make them more comfortable with us and allowing them to share more than just as opposed to, say, hearing a voice at the end of a phone. So in terms of how long it takes to complete a report, we here at NAN Legal, within our GLUDU program, we do try to request 6 to 8 weeks timeline for us to complete a report. And there's a number of reasons why that is. The main reason is trying to have access to records. So in order for us to access any records, because part of the records we may obtain might be medical or psychological assessments, or from child welfare agencies if they've been involved with that, or school records. So to obtain those types of records, we had to submit a request to the various institutions, and by law they're required to submit those within 30 days. So the 30 days is factored into that timeline, which is about 4 weeks. Like during the pandemic, there was a long stretch where we're interviewing primarily by telephone, and that was the only way we were interviewing them during that time. And there's actually a few clients that would tell us that, asking us if we were able to travel, but there was a lot of travel restrictions at the time, so we couldn't. And they said, I wish we could do this in person, because I'd be more able to share more and talk about this, because at the time they were just having difficulty talking about some traumatic event that happened at some point in their life. So we do try to prioritize traveling and scheduling at least one in-person interview, but there are some challenges within the program because of how remote some of our communities are. So there are challenges to travel with such a large area that we cover. So I mean, just for context, so we cover the Anishinaabe Nation communities, which is about 50 communities, and that's roughly the size of France. We have a large area to cover, and that's just one of the challenges that we had to face.
The difference between a pre-sentence report and a GLADU report is that a GLADU report encompasses the cultural aspects of a person's life. Where do they come from? You can trace a person's name to the community that they are from. A pre-sentence report is often done by a probation officer who is not Indigenous, who does not encompass all the struggles that they're going through as somebody who is in trouble before the law. That's the difference. So, GLADU principles, GLADU factors, a GLADU report. It applies on or off reserve. It doesn't matter if you live on reserve or off reserve, if you live in an urban center, if you live in a big city, if you live in a small little village. As long as you're Indigenous, you have those rights. A GLADU report will help somebody who's going through the court system by showing the judge and the court that this human being, this Indigenous person, is just not a piece of paper. It shows the court that this is a human being who comes from somewhere. They began somewhere, they exist through life somewhere, and they're here before the court for a reason. So it does show that we are a people who have experienced much traumatic events since for years and years, and this helps them realize that we're Indigenous people struggling in this life, and GLADU reports help that individual to reach and start their journey on a healthy lifestyle.
I'll make staff for the presentation, and also like to honor and acknowledge Elaine Edwards, who is with us to provide support to her and her family, and to honor our late colleague George Edwards for the guidance that he provided to the staff for many years at the GLADU unit of our office. Moving from Timmins to Thunder Bay and driving back and forth almost every week or two just to stay in touch with the work that has to be done for the GLADU writing reports and the GLADU aftercare workers. So, miigwech for that. And
so thank you for the presentation on the GLADU program, and thank you for the gifts as well. So I'd like to open the floor for any questions that you may have on the presentation that was done by the staff on the GLADU program. And also if you want to shake the hand of Mr. Edwards' spouse. She's on the side there. About the GLADU program. Miigwech for your good work to the staff. All right. So I don't see any questions from the floor, but I believe the staff will be here to answer any questions. Irene? Yes. Okay. So the staff will be here till the end of the day to answer any questions. All right. I'm going to go right into the next one if I don't see the drum group. Okay, so we will be doing a offering a blanket the bagage bashkauk bishkanui pagitanigat. There will be a blanket offering later on when we get the drum group for Mariette's son, and so we'll be doing that shortly. But we're going to wait for the drum group to get here. So with that, we're going to go right into the next topic, which is asking Irene Linklater to do her presentation on the update on member resolution number 02, 2022.
Miigwech. So I once again am going to be using a PowerPoint slide to do the presentation. This one is specific to the resolution of last year's annual general meeting, and it's in tab number 5. K is the resolution. And tab 5L is the PowerPoint that I'm presenting. So the topic to be covered in this presentation is with respect to the members of the NAN Legal's 49 member chiefs on the resolution of last year, which reads, and I'm looking at that resolution now, dated September 2022, and the title of it is Satellite In-Person Fly-In Courts in NAN Territory and Ongoing Inequality and Access to Justice Issues. There are a number of whereas clauses, and I will not be focusing on that. That's generally the background information to the purpose of the resolution. I'm going to be focusing on the therefore be it resolved. Those are the action steps that must be taken. And this PowerPoint addresses each of those 9 action items of page 2 of the resolution. So this is a draft action plan. It's a very preliminary update to the resolution on the topic. As I said, it's satellite in-person fly-in courts in NAN Territory and ongoing inequality and access to justice issues. Legal portions with an asterisk on them, that little star that you see, was prepared with the assistance of Arturo Acosta. He is a NAN Legal staff lawyer based in our Thunder Bay office, and I'm not sure if he was able to make it here this afternoon, but I want to acknowledge the help that he provided on this with me this past week. So starting with the first point, it requires that we conduct a review into the number of cases involving NAN members that are impacted by delay and potential Section 11 Charter violations, and provide a report to NAN by a date to be determined, so that we don't have a complete report on that. What we have done is we need to work with the courts to obtain this information by the Kenora, Dryden, Thunder Bay, and Timmins Area Court Services Divisions, because only the courts have those documents in their offices. And B, identify if any cost exists for us to be able to obtain those, because as you are probably aware, whenever we seek a transcript of a court report, we have to pay for it. And it's hundreds of dollars sometimes, depending on the number of pages. So this is going to be a bit of a test for us to see if the court's going to be willing to provide us with documentation at no cost. And that requires negotiations. The considerations provided here that Arturo provided to me was that he was in meeting with judges, and the issue of the 10B challenges is a major concern. And the 11B challenges under the charter is that you must be having your case heard by the court within a reasonable time. And the reasonable time that was identified by the court is here at the bottom of the slide, the 2 levels of court. It must be within 18 months under the Ontario Court of Justice. It must be 30 months within Superior Court Justice. And so there are a number of cases right now, 1,000 in fact, that are affected by this potential issue where they could be dismissed for lack of time to have due process in the courts. And the question is this NAN member cases, or is it Northwestern Ontario 1,000 cases? So those are some of the details I don't have yet that we'll need to have information from the court's judicial officials on what are they and what is the nature of the offenses that are under this list of 1,000 potential cases that could be dismissed if they're not heard by within the court system and trial system in time. The downside to this is that victims of crime won't receive justice due to their matters being timed out. And that's been in the news. You may have followed some of that information. Has recently happened to a number of cases across Canada and also within Ontario, that because of the cases having been held up in court for whatever reason, there's backlogs. We're aware that there were backlogs to the cases before COVID happened, and there are backlogs increased during the time that COVID was with us in the 2 years. And now that we're back with the courts being open all across Ontario, the cases have increased, and that in itself again has increased the backlog. So that's a serious matter, and how to address it is that requires the involvement of the Ministry of the Attorney General, Chief Justice of Ontario courts, and senior lawyers. And they are, we're advised that they are looking into this matter very seriously. So going on to the second bullet for action that needs to be done, and that is we are asked to, number 2, oh, it's mine? Okay. There it is. Okay, my finger wasn't working. Okay, conduct a review of the pros and cons of using Starlink technology and provide recommendations for ways to address its inadequacies. So far, we're going to seek to build on the satellite in-person fly-in court reopening community pre-engagement reports that were done in 2022. You know that we had to look at consulting with persons to do this and to seek funding, and that funding was received from the Ministry of the Attorney General Indigenous Justice Division. And the consultants that helped us were Derek Chum, First Nations member from, I'll say East NAN, lives in Toronto, Harvey Yesno from Central, and Doug Semple from East Central. So they took each of those 3 regions to undertake to meet with chiefs and contact the chiefs on what are the potential dates for reopening of courts, and what are some of the health concerns that are there because COVID was still with us, and what are the ways that may be differently done with respect to the provision and delivery of legal services to communities within Anishinaabe territory. So the second bullet then is we sought for additional funding, and the Department of Justice provided a positive response, and they said that they would be able to provide us with some funding to look at part 2 of this consultation with leadership to look at the reopening of courts. And now that courts have reopened, what issues need to be identified as to what are the challenges and what changes may be made, or what are some of the expectations for change with respect to the delivery of legal services to the north in the flying court locations. And we received approximately $300,000 to do a study, and that is supposed to include the coverage of travel to the communities. And that's 49 First Nations communities and leadership to meet with. So that's kind of stretching the funds a little bit thinly, and the idea is, okay, does this fund go to consulting fees? Do we have funds to have community meetings to take place, and how do we take care of facilities at the community? How do we schedule this with the consent of chief and council and leadership? So it's a process that was supposed to have been started in April. We had a consultant, but unfortunately became ill. And so now I have to look at how do we continue with retaining a different consultant at this time. So that's where that status of B is. C is to looking at the adapting to virtual court. It indirectly enhances technological opportunities for communities, but at the same time, it's not intended to replace in-person courts. So in looking at that Starlink technology, funding was provided from the Ministry of the Attorney General and Indigenous Justice Division again for all communities to receive 2 satellite equipment installations with the consent of the First Nations of each of the 29 First Nation locations, 27 of which were within NAN territory flying communities and 2 were outside of NAN territory communities, and that was Moosonee and Armstrong. At this time, the locations of the NAPS offices have all been installed with the Starlink, and they were also included in this budget to have a Starlink for court purposes in their offices at the First Nations community. The other was to find a way with the leadership's decision to have the installation of the Starlink equipment in a location within the community for court to be held. And that equipment would then become the property of the First Nation to use it for other Starlink, video or audio linkage purposes. And it was not only for court purposes, but the idea was to have it available for when court would be held. One of the challenges that we have right now is while all of the Starlink equipment may have been installed within the NAPS offices and there may have been installations to the majority of the locations of the 27 First Nations communities, the idea was to have a person within each community to be available to implement, be there to set up the courts when the courts were being scheduled. So we had one of the staff contracted to reach out to the communities to seek to find persons within the community that might do this, but it's not a full-time job. And that was one of the challenges we faced, was that we were limited to $500 per court session. And is there a way that we can find a community representative to be able to receive the funds to do that, or do we flow funds to the First Nations itself and they hire the staff member and contract to be available those dates? So those are some of the things that we're still trying to resolve and work with. And while the courts are still happening, there are some other difficulties, and that is laptops. Can we make laptops available so that they are specifically used for this purpose of satellite court being in place? And that's one of the ways that we're trying to look at it. It's within our budget. It's now we're looking at purchasing. So we looked at bulk purchasing for laptops as opposed to small iPads, because laptops seem to be much more manageable for having virtual court sessions in the communities. So, turning to 3. Assess the current court infrastructure in each region with regard to its impact on access to justice for NAN members and obtain assessments and costs for changes on a scale of immediately necessary to required in the coming years, and provide recommendations to NAN as to the level of funding required to address the issues. So again, this is number A. Our action plan is we require accessing court service division information, asterisks with support and with the help of Arturo. That was identified as another major challenge. To inquire to the Ministry of the Attorney General on access to information. Do we have to do a formal access to information, or can we have access to information by agreement? This is, again, remains a work in progress. Number 4, initiate a dialogue with NAN and Anishinaabe Police Services to address the concerns raised by the communities during this pre-engagement process about policing in their communities. That was one of the issues that was identified in the pre-engagement reports by the consultants that I had referred to. And so that was built into this resolution, as you saw. So at this time, again, we're referring to those reports that were done on that pre-engagement, and B, to build on the NAPS and NAN Legal Protocol signed in 2022. There are other protocols that we have in place. We were hoping to have a protocol signed with the OPP this week, but that's still to be completed. So those are some of the action items. This is not comprehensive, This is preliminary, beginning to look at how do we undertake this work. 5, develop a community safety and action plan for monitoring, implementing, and providing input on release conditions impacting NAN communities and the accused. As you recall now, these are all drawn from the submissions made with respect to the research that was done with the pre-engagement process. So some of the action items is to build on the data generated from the discharge from custody program that I referred to this morning. We have a discharge release custody program of the staff during COVID, and we're not certain if this is going to continue, but to look at the numbers. Last year we had over 1,000 members of NAN assisted to go home from custody or from corrections. This year again we're achieving that same number. It looks like we're going to have higher numbers, and that's in itself, how should I say it, a concern because of the increasing numbers of our people that are still continuing to be incarcerated or having encounters with the law. It's not coming down, it's getting higher. So we need to look at the data that we have from the discharge from custody program. B, seek input from the First Nations representatives on, with respect to bail, probation, and parole conditions. And so this also remains a work in progress. Number 6, review the crimes most impacting NAN communities and provide recommendation for prevention. So A, work with NAPS, OPP, APS as applicable on data. Again, this is a work in progress. Number 7, conduct a review of issues affecting the enforcement of First Nation Indian Act bylaws and provide recommendations for the effective implementation of Indian Act bylaws. This is review those pre-engagement reports that spoke to the Indian Act bylaw concerns that they have with respect to enforcement, and the number of bylaws that currently exist that are not in Anishinaabe laws, but they are Indian Act-based laws, and which are those, which are there out there in your communities that you have as laws that you have through your sovereignty as nations created your own laws to address the issues within the community. And so that's research and review other sources of studies in this area. There's been a number of studies done in this area, and that is also within the NAN territory. And work with seasoned lawyers that have knowledge about all this, especially within the leadership and First Nations NAN communities. This again is a major undertaking, and it remains a work in progress. Number 8, conduct a review of the safety concerns raised during the pre-engagement about the access to illicit drugs and cannabis on reserves and provide recommendations for ways to promote the safety of children and youth. So again, looking at the requests for assistance and issues identified in the pre-engagement reports as a starting point, and then continue with the work that needs to be done, working with NAN Political Office, as well as the communities on how to address the issue of illicit drugs and cannabis. It's something that is a collective, aggregate approach that may be already in place, that is happening, that we would like to see if there's a way that we can find out information. So that needs research and as well. The final one is 9, consult with appropriate knowledgeable personnel and institutions in the completion of these reviews. So the idea was, okay, can we identify internal NAN legal staff and resources that we can work with these mandate directive from this resolution? And, you know, given that the staff have completely full-time jobs, how can we then address this? That becomes a management challenge for assigning responsibilities and duties to staff when it's not funded, and it's an additional duty that has to be undertaken. So the question then becomes, is there a way to identify costs for internal staffing resources and B, identify cost. Is there a possibility to build this into another project or budget to seek external expertise to undertake this work? Or can we seek the external expertise on a pro bono basis where people or someone or institutions, law firms, universities would like to undertake this as a partnership without a cost to NAN Legal? So those are thoughts for consideration that we're looking at. And miigwech, that's the end of my presentation on this one.
So I'd like to open the floor for any questions you may have on the presentations. There's a mic there. If you can state your name.
Hello, my name is Tom Moskivik, Director of NAN Legal. I was calling, referring to the, about the illicit drugs and cannabis. As we all know, cannabis is legal. I was never in favor of legalization or in favor of decriminalization. To decriminalize the possession of marijuana. That's what I preferred. But it is legal. But it also clashes with maybe community values or what the community wants. And we all know too that there are people who they don't like the marijuana that's provided by the Ontario cannabis stores. So they continue to rely on, I guess you could refer to them as unlicensed growers, and we know under the criminal code it's still an offense to grow marijuana without license, but it also allows for each household, I guess if you want to say that, at least 4 plants. It can't be more than 1 meter tall. Have your own little supply, I guess, if you're into that kind of stuff. Yeah, so that's the thing is, that's one of the things that has to be sorted out. And the other is what we call a community, like in my community, we have what you call a community watch, or like a neighborhood watch. And when you have a community watch or a neighborhood watch, same thing. It only works when people get involved. If people don't want to get involved as witnesses, and maybe they don't want to make a statement to the police or even testify in court, then it's not going to work. You know, that's the thing about when it comes to community safety. You know, people want safety, but they have to be willing to get involved, even if that means, you know, having a little, your next door neighbor. Maybe your next door neighbor might not appreciate your honesty or your cooperation. Those are some of the things we have to deal with in the communities. May God. How do you turn this on? No? Just press the button. Yep.
All right, thank you, Tom, for your comments. So the floor is still open for any questions you may have on the report that was presented to you. Your community and your name, miigwech.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Leonard Mamkizik, Chief of Deer Lake First Nation. I had a question regarding when COVID was in play in our communities. There was talk about court dates and court locations, right? And I don't know how many other communities where they have their courts. For my reserve, we have it at the school, and that's the only place we would have it, and it disrupts the system, right? Our school year. So what happened to those talks regarding? I know NAN was recommending us to ask Ontario to slow down with the court date till we get some action getting each people court homes, I think, courthouses in each community, if I recall.
That's a very big question and a very big challenge and a big reality. When the issue of having a permanency or a multi-purpose location on First Nations communities to hold court, it has been a deflection for the most part from one government bouncing the ball back and forth to each other or throwing it like a hot potato as if it's not their concern. But it definitely is, and I see that it's both a federal and provincial responsibility, federal criminal code responsibility and the delegation of administration of the criminal code to the provinces, and that we keep being advised that it requires a multifaceted approach where there has to be looked at in terms of housing, Canada Mortgage and Housing, and that the building of those institutions through a number of other sources of funding that could be done, perhaps as a multi-purpose building. But they've said that it would be prohibitive cost for them to have courts in communities within the 49 communities that we have within NAN territory. But at the same time, they're responsible for having the delivery and provision of courts within Ontario for all citizens and all people within NAN territory as well. So at this time, we don't have a project, or we're not negotiating for the communities or chief and council. We can work to assist and provide leverage for discussions and to keep this going as an active initiative that needs to be done. Miigwech.
Thank you for that update. I don't know what each community goes through, but I just charge them rent myself at the moment, right? Ontario courts for coming to my community. You know, it's my land and my buildings, so I'll continue to do so. I hope everybody else is. You know, I don't let them come in for free.
Yeah. There are supposed to be rental service agreements that were supposed to be revisited by I'll call it the court services system, so that there is fairness and justice as to what's being paid for the rental in the communities, because there was a great discrepancy from one community to the next, and which was not disclosed and known, but that information is available to be achieved. So, but I'll turn the mic over to Heather and Deputy Grand Chief Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Mamakizik. I think that when it comes to delivery of court services within our First Nations, I don't believe that the onus of providing a facility should be on the First Nation, especially when we lack in infrastructure. I don't believe it is right that that our children, when we utilize the school, because I know it's not only your community that has to utilize the school gym to have court. We don't feel it's right, and I know that you all agree that that our children shouldn't be the ones facing the the consequences of them being deprived of their safety and their right to an education. And because especially, we did voice that many times to the government. And if your community is firm on the position that they will not permit the school to be used as a court, then send your letters and your resolution to Irene, the executive director, and the chief justice, and copy Anishinaabe Nation, and we will, because we have told them verbally before, and especially during the pandemic, we had said, you know what, you left us last on the list to ensure that there was safe spaces. It was mostly for their safety, not for the community. And that's where, they gave us the Starlink dishes to be able to facilitate the virtual court. But that would be my recommendation, Chief, that your community be firm on that position, because they should be providing us with some infrastructure for them to come and deliver a court. And so thank you. Miigwech.
Turn the mic on first. Chief Loon and then Chief Wesley.
Okay, thank you, Chief Loon from Michigan. So in my previous life, if you want to call it, I was in the Anishinaabe Police Service for almost 25 years, and I was assigned to be a court officer and ran the court division, if you will, with the Anishinaabe Police Service. And just to echo some of the issues brought up by Chief of Deer Lake and I'm sure some of the chiefs here that have in the flying courts. So as an officer, I was always assigned to try and accommodate the judge's party, the court party, and everybody that was coming into these communities. And a lot of times I felt, not just myself, but just my colleagues, and even with us as an Anishinaabe Police Service, why we were trying to accommodate them when it almost seemed like the expectation to accommodate the courts fell on First Nation communities and also the police force that represent NAN. And in my mind, I always felt that's not right. They're the ones that want to have court, and it's our right to when we think about the victims of most of these crimes, they have a right to have their cases heard and not be prolonged because of this back and forth of who is responsible to set up a courtroom or have a place to have court. And now that I sit here as a chief, and I echo, and I'm probably on board, no, not probably, I am on board on having put it back on the government and saying that we need court in our communities, yes. So I think as a nation or as a group of chiefs that we need to stand firm and say, hey, we need these buildings in our communities, and not say, for example, having a rental agreement at my gymnasium for court, or disrupt schools in some of these communities, or make room in a band office to have court. It's so inconvenient for the First Nations. So, I mean, and this has been going on for 25 years. I mean, for me, when I first came in as a police officer, I was still dealing with that. And when I left, I was still dealing with that. And it's 25 years, and it's already been happening way before that as well. So how long are we going to go back and forth saying that that we're okay with this, because we're not? So, I mean, I think these back and forth conversations that are going on with these governments, I mean, it's got to stop. We got to stand firm. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Loon, for your comments. We go to Chief Wesley from Catholic.
I guess we'll be getting a report on some of the action items from last year as a result of that resolution, or because I don't see anything substantial here yet in terms of those action items that we had asked for. But in addition to that, I want to raise another issue around virtual courts and the Starlink system. So this is recent stuff. I want to know what the, I can't think of the terminology right now, bench warrants are for missed courts. And I also want some clarification whether there's a way the judge or the bailiffs track attendees in virtual court, because I've had a number of cases where people have been given bench warrants even though they were in Zoom court. So, and then I had told that person, well, why don't you ask the court for the transcript of that Zoom court to see if, to verify that you were in attendance. It seems to me that the court isn't able to verify attendance of people in court. So therefore, I would like to know how many bench warrants have we had in the north with the Starlink Zoom court process, because this affects their history, and it's a fairly serious matter that needs to be corrected.
I'll start with the first comment. Go ahead, Chief Wesley. You're absolutely right. The substance to this preliminary report is gravely missing. It requires much more in-depth action points, particularly the example that you've just given. So I acknowledge that. With respect to the virtual court and how is tracking done for who is in attendance, and hearing that bench warrants have been issued for persons who were physically actually in the attending court, but they were then receiving bench warrants after the fact when they were in reality, as you said, in the court. We can bring that issue to our leadership meetings that we have within Justice Gibson's, who chairs the Western Court leadership meetings, as well as Justice Lishay. She's on the eastern side. We attend those leadership meetings also, and this can be done in letter form. I did see a memo this past year from Justice Gibson of the West Region, who had given instruction to the judges that they were to be using discretion on bench warrants that may not be implementing. They may not be doing it. So that's also a matter that can be raised in letter form to the Chief Justices on the bench warrant memorandum that did go out to the judges to use discretion on bench warrants. And we can also look into the question that you raised about how is attendance being done in virtual courts when they're not physically seeing the person through the video system, and they're relying on what are they relying on to confirm that attendance is taking place? So those are the 3 points that I wanted to respond to, but if I missed anything, please let me know. Miigwech.
So I would just like to add a few comments to that in response to Chief Loon and Chief Wesley. You know, you do have the right and the autonomy to in terms of governing your First Nation, and many of us have done that, and you know, I encourage and I hope that many of the chiefs will take that position to assert their right, and also you know, virtual court. I believe that it has been even more of a disadvantage for our people, not only in terms of the bench warrants that have been processed, but also our people are entitled to have court the way other people are, where court is being delivered as well. And you know, I hope that that if the courts continue to, you know, take that position that they're going to use virtual court, I think that the community should assess and again take their stand, and will certainly stand behind you with that. And also during the pandemic, we have seen that there was a lot of people that were on these these bail conditions for a very long time, and it was Chief Judy Desmolin who had brought that to our attention, that there was individuals who had been on bail conditions for, you know, in some cases for years, because we already had a backlog, and then the pandemic continued to escalate that those particular conditions. So Executive Director Linklater has addressed those concerns at those tables that she's at, and as we'll continue to monitor the response that we got from Chief Justice, and we will, you know, if we feel that there's it hasn't been implemented to our satisfaction, and then we will continue to advocate for that. Ingrid.
With respect to the question from Chief McKeesick Deer Lake, we would be willing to draft a resolution or a template letter as well for the resolution to frame the issue around that matter of the court and the responsibility of the government to look at infrastructure and the facilities for court hearings in the communities. Good.
All right, thank you, Irene and Deputy, for your responses. So the floor is still open for any questions on the presentation related to court services. So there will be a template that you can use for your BCRs speaking to the issue of lack of court services facilities in your communities. That will be provided. But she said, not today. Okay. I don't see any other questions on this topic, so we will close this part of our agenda. So I did announce when we returned back to the meeting this afternoon that a request was made from the floor to have a donation for Marietta and her family that traveled down to share with you their story of their son Mark. So we will have the staff go around with a blanket And my understanding is that the blanket and the donation will be presented to Marietta and her partner. Okay, if you want to do that, that would be a good time to do that now. Huh? I don't know where the drum group is. And as well, upon the donation being given to them, there would be a drum song for that.
I'm going to go check for the song first because usually they go around.
Yeah.
Good day. Just wondering if there could be an email address provided. Some of us don't carry cash.
Okay, all right. So we can ask them for that. Go ahead, Mark. Right. So the blanket will be going around, and we're just looking for the drum group. And I will go get an email address from the family. Okay. So if you want to go on.
It's yours to the blanket and then the Jonia's inside there. Do you mean to go in?
Mingoch. Manangas gandeti. Oh my, how? Hispanik, Anushka Hispanik. Mingoch mahandik tag shemando. Hebet which the hemiach, hebet hiach. Kabet na tabatamach which a heon. Mingoch masway.
No, kumaga kichimingo chuma kikishoat siyo no. We didn't expect this offering. We appreciate it so much. Chimingoch, we just came here for your leadership to help us try to find out what happened to our son. But this is extra. We never expected that we'll get some funding for our travels. Thank you so much again. And I surely will pray over your offerings so you'll get good things in your return in your lives. Thank you so much.
Wachik Mswe. I just wanted to acknowledge my aunt's strength. This is not her first loss, it's her second. And I admire her strength and just want to thank and acknowledge everyone for your sympathies for her and her family. Miigwech.
There is an email address. Not sure who has it. There's going to be copies of it made and given to the delegates that can donate by email. Okay. So thank you. I'm overwhelmed by our traditions and our generosities as Anishinaabe people. So with that, I'd like to call upon Deputy Grand Chief Annabette.
Wache, good afternoon, chiefs and representatives. On behalf of Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler and the executive in the community of Matachewan, we wanted to share some news with you. It's we've had we had one of our chiefs who passed away last night, Chief Jason Pettis of Matachewan, and Jason was Chief Pettis was elected in March of this year, and he worked for his community throughout most of his professional life, mainly in economic development. And we felt that it was, we learned of it this morning, but we couldn't make it public because we wanted to make sure we had that respectful time for, the community and the family to all be informed of his passing. So at this time, we would like, first of all, to have a moment of silence for Chief Jason Pettis. And also, we are going to follow that with an honor song for the life that he represented, and especially in his role as one of our leaders here of Anishinaabe Nation. And so we would. So, Charlie, would you be able to lead us in prayer? Representative from Amadung, lead us in prayer and then a moment of silence.
Now? Okay. Kata menjigin na kumugononga wagai sig kanon damang peji gani tamagat nagi skop matet nonga gi ganika ye goiti migutas tigi sawen daman atawin Isawen matoge man kiga yawat gagi matanagan in ya. Heavenly Father, this afternoon we acknowledge you as the creator of all things. We ask that you be with the family of the chief who has gone today. Nach komigotas nongum o nongum ga yang umanake imam koen mancha yega menigo kagi fi vitiotun nartamatke tan snave ma. We acknowledge you as a giver of life. E gau tak naman ani ni kopi kin kinage une e ain estibendaman matsin kesko matsin wata snungum isi mamo mi e kitang sisa wendaman e tawen nonga giskak mi gas itiko gabazendo siak nonga giskak Mawat simigo chitigo kagi preaching or chigo Jesus Christ for each one of us. Migo chitigo in his precious name. Amen.
Amen. At this time we will have our moment of silence for Chief Jason Pettis and for all of those that have gone on recently. Language. So at this time we're going to have our drum also to share an honor song for those for Chief Jason Pettis and the others. Chimingwich, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Grand Chief, for the beautiful salute that you've made to the Chief Baptiste, and also to the drum group, Miigwech, for the beautiful song. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to my co-MC, it says on our paper. Adam Quintam. So we're thinking 15-minute break, health break, 15 minutes. 3 o'clock, Jibby Gig.
got one program.
Yes, my distance.
Still on? Adam would like to know how to introduce you.
Who am I
And
introducing?
then
Alrighty, so we're gonna get started. We're gonna get started. How many chiefs do we have here? I'll say 2 more walking in, and then we'll get started. As a basic, 1 more. And again, a reminder, we do have the draws coming up. We have, I think I heard it was an iPad. What else was it? An iPad and, anybody know? A ribbon skirt. Oh, wow. There we go. Yeah, Adam needs a ticket, says Connie. So an iPad and a ribbon skirt. So make sure if you didn't get your ticket in for the draw, I hope they're re-entering, actually, who was it? Okay, keep your stubs. And you have to have the ticket, so. All right, 1 more I'm waiting for, and then we'll get started. So during the blanket dance or blanket song, Chief Russell Wesley came and challenged me. So I got to run to the ATM when I get a chance. Issued a challenge. So thank you very much. Kapagid na gayon wa. Mawad tagschina bad so kapagid na gayik yue kchigegun. Yue ga kaunji bijawat no ga bijawat. So jawen tago ke yuen ga jabak much. So thank you for your contributions. Yue kapagid na gayon wa. Cabbage basic. I said I would wait for one more and then we're going to get right into it. We do have the staff here all ready to go. I just want to make sure that there is enough chiefs so that we can get going. Oh, also a reminder for tomorrow morning. So tomorrow is the NAN Justice discussions. The meeting starts at 8:30, so a little bit earlier for tomorrow. Registration and breakfast starts at 7:30. So come in, register, breakfast will be served again, and the opening will be at 8:30. So that's for tomorrow, just to let you know. We bet you know it's Chibijaik. Any more announcements? I don't think we're given. Yeah, 7:30 breakfast. So again, one more. If not, we'll get started soon. Can you do a holler out in the hallway? Anybody nearby? Very important presentations taking place from some of the staff. So looking for as many people as we have. I know online we do have at least one chief that was online a little while ago. I'm not sure about now, but we do have the line open for any chiefs. Connie's going out there with the hook. Oh, there's Frank. Frank, are you a proxy? Frank, are you a proxy? No. I was waiting for one more. You had some red on you. I was thinking that was a lanyard. If not, mi buganish match tagadik. Oh, as a basic noma. Okay. So we will get started. I'm going to turn it over to the team. So this is the Justice Services updates. There's updates from, I think there's an update on the resolution, but also from the various departments at Anishinaabe Legal Services. So I'm going to let the team introduce themselves, but I'm going to start with Stallone Guigwish, and he will introduce the first topic, he'll introduce the team, and we'll go from there. So with that, Stallone.
Bonjour, my English name is Stallone Quiquish. I'm from Sulaka, Ontario. This is where I work out of. And today we'll be talking about the programs we run here at NAN Legal Services. So here we go, the opening slide here. So as you can see, we title it, which we all know means living the good life. And it's our integrated vision on our approach to last year's resolution 3-22 and our current plan to have our programs come together and begin steps towards implementing our justice strategy with our programs. So top of the web there, you can see youth intervention and guns and gangs is what I will be covering. And I am the Youth Services Manager here at NAN Legal. Community Youth Intervention Program and Community Learning Hub. So what it is it is a program that works with Indigenous youth who are in conflict with the law. The YI workers work closely with probation officers, as well as chief and council, schools. We're open to anybody, and we work with anyone who would love to, submit a referral form. And we work as a bridge between the youth and probation officers. We also come together and try to bridge that gap that we have with our youth and leadership. And the YI plays an important role in developing our local programs in order to work towards preventative measures for our youth in our communities today, while also providing support and assistance in order to reintegrate the youth into community in a positive and meaningful way. So the goal we have with our program is to guide our youth to a better understanding of how their behavior affects our community, and to make amends by giving back to the community in a meaningful way, in a positive way, and a more powerful way. Our focus is investing in preventative measures to positively build and support our youth within the communities. This will help in raising the next generation to be responsible, well-rounded, and our leaders of tomorrow. Currently, we have workers in Big Trout, Sandy Lake, Pikanchicum, Fort Albany, Saskatchewan. And it's been kind of a struggle because sometimes it's hard to find workers for these positions if some of them go off sick, or if some of them, have difficulties with our program in delivering activities. Our main focus groups when it comes to youth intervention, I'm just going to call it youth intervention. So our focus to work with, the help, I guess I'm going to call our youth our leaders. And they can range anywhere between the ages of 12 to 17. Although we do take youth older than that, we never say no, because as we all know, they need somewhere to go, people to work with, people to help shape them no matter the age. So we also work with youth who are in trouble with the law or on probation, youth who may be identified as risk to be in trouble, high risks, youth who want to turn their lives around, youth who have court-mandated orders to complete, youth who require assistance in completing and finding placements to complete court-mandated orders. Anything from like community hours to, just helping within the community. To provide activities geared to the individual needs or requests of that youth. And our prevention focus is, like I said, working with all ages of youth. We never say no, although it says 12 to 17, we take in all ages. Youth who have academic goals to complete, youth who require assistance in completing or finding placements to complete voluntary hours for secondary school, provide activities to prevent youth from getting into trouble, youth who want a safe environment to be themselves. As we all know, our youth in our communities can be often shy, quiet, hard to connect with, and we want to offer them that surrounding to be themselves, to come out of that shell, to build trust within our communities and our workers. Some of the challenges we've had with YI is the lack of referrals since we all know COVID, how everything slowed down and we were, locked down in our communities. And that had a lasting ripple effect that we're still struggling with today, and we're still trying to, come out of that and get our program running again. So in order to address that, we took it upon ourselves and made the effort to go out and travel and meet with our probation officers, both in Kenora and in Timmins, We had meetings with them to try to get our programs running again. Also, as another one is, a huge one is office space in communities. It's hard to have our workers work out of an office because of the lack of space. So in order to address that, we found spots in arenas, community halls. If there's an office in there, you know, we make do with the situation and work with it the best we can. Our plans for the future is just to get the program running again, whether it's referral-wise or just making a community presence within your communities. And last year I was trying my best before the winter road closed to at least come up and visit and do some presentations with community members or chief and council. But unfortunately the winter season came to an end, so you know, that's one thing that I would like to do this winter is come up to your communities and, you know, make a presence with everyone again. So to my left here is Chris Beardy, who works out of Pekanchkum, and he is one of our YI workers. So I'll pass the mic to him.
Hi everyone. Which slide am I doing? What is the with the challenge that we face within the communities? I know some communities have still have restrictions with COVID, and it's been a real struggle getting activities started in Kanjigam. I currently don't even have an office, so I just work out of home and try and do activities with the youth in Kanjigam and other communities I service. Last year, I think we had a Broomball team going on. It was really fun. There were like 15 youth that came out, and some other programs that joined me and tried to coach the team. We didn't really get anywhere with games with other Broomball teams in Pekanjigam. So some of them already have gotten into a team. I know there's like 5 youth, and they're doing great. So, did you want to go now?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Tina Martin and I am the Community Learning Hub Facilitator with NAN Legal. I'm just going to introduce to you what the Hub is. The Hub is a digital platform designed to increase the health, resilience, leadership, and inclusion of at-risk populations. The Hub intention is that they believe in building the capacity for nonprofit organizations and their frontline workers to best support the strength and resilience of communities. There are 6 themes in the Hub programming. First being finances to improve financial security and inclusion. Second, health and well-being, discussing substance use, stress reduction, and practicing mindfulness. Peace and justice, so exploring the grandfather teachings, civic engagement, and anger awareness tools. Decent work, so that would be learning soft skills and create meaningful employment outcomes. And gender equality, so empowering young women to lead healthy and impactful lives. Education portion of the modules would be to motivate success in schools, training, and lifelong learning. A little bit closer? Okay. Sorry, guys. So Community Learning Hub is inspired by youth for youth. The Community Learning Hub is a digital suite of programs that enhances the way life skills are delivered to youth and adults. This innovative tool is easy to run and proven to work, leaving both the facilitator and the participants feeling more connected and energized. The hub includes over 300 hours of interactive content, from anger management to financial literacy. There is one-on-one training provided and instructions for each sessions at your fingertips. So there are facilitator guides, and it is user-friendly. Programs are constantly being updated and improved based on facilitator feedback, so they do stay current and up to date on things that are actually happening with young people and adults. So our referral process, we have referrals coming in from different areas: youth interventions, restorative justice, the Crown, youth justice, high schools. And we're also having referrals come into programming from Nokiwan Tribal Council, Gladue, bail and reintegration, health services, self-referrals, and most recently Creighton Youth Services. So between January 2023 and June 2023, 59 youth have registered and have completed the hub programs. Some of our strengths are the quick service. There isn't a long wait to get into the programming after the referrals come in. We have up-to-date technology, and we've ordered iPads that we are bringing into the different communities that can be used to deliver the programming in person. So we have youth workers that can go meet with individuals, and restorative justice workers that will go to homes if that's something that people need. We also had the introduction of the Starlink, and that has solved a lot of the problems of internet connection. We have great video presentation now, and things are quick, and we don't find that we have any lags with the programming when we're running it. Accessibility challenges that we did face were people being able to get to their programs. So we do have workers in a lot of communities now that can go pick up individuals, bring them to their programming, and transport them to their appointments if needed. And I also have a booth set up next in the trades room if there's questions or anyone wants further information, because there is a lot of modules, and I'd love to share like what they're about. I just don't have the time up here today, so with that, I'll pass on the mic to Ken.
Good afternoon. My name's Ken Sackney. I'm registered at Constance Lake, but my family's originally from Fort Albany. I am the Restorative Justice Department Manager West. My other half is on the east side of NAN, Leanne Parrott. She's not here today, but I'll be speaking for Restorative Justice post-charge. And my friend here sitting beside me is John Quackish. He's going to be speaking partially about the pre-charge restorative justice. When it comes to restorative justice, it is a unique approach to achieving alternative justice, as is focused on rectifying the harm done to the community and assisting the victims, offenders, as well as their families and friends who have suffered as a result of the crime. Through motivation and understanding, restorative justice strives to transform the mindset of offenders into that of productive members of society. We use a circle format with almost all our programs that are going to be speaking right after us. And today, like I said, I'm only talking about pre-charge and post-charge, but we also have bylaw and sexual assault and domestic violence, which are going to be coming up next. And John is going to tell you about post-charge and pre-charge and what is the difference. Thanks, John.
Hello. So we have pre-charge and post-charge. Pre-charge is a diversion process that happens before criminal charges are laid. So we get those referrals mainly from the police, but we also get them through the schools, probation, parents, chief and council, anywhere else. The pre-charge program offers an alternative to formal court processes by providing community-based sanctions to individuals alleged to have committed an offense by assisting them in accessing any additional resources they may need. After they complete the process with us, the referring party can close the case without any charges laid. Now with post-charge, this occurs through the court process and the Crown offices. This could take a month or 2 years for them to be considered for the program, but after they complete it, the Crown may withdraw charges afterwards. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So in your packages, you'll probably see additional slides of what the full presentation is. We shortened this down just to do time constraints. So you'll see the benefits in your of what is pre-charge on your next slide, but I'm going to go to slide 4. I called it the pre-charge counting conundrum, and just to give you a brief history, February 9th, 2022, NLSC and NAB signed a protocol agreement to work together that includes pre-charge restorative justice. They were agreeing to make referrals. From April to December 2022, we facilitated weekly block training to all NAPS officers, the constables, on utilizing the pre-charge restorative justice program. The fiscal year of 2022-2023, OPP does not have a working protocol with NLSC regarding pre-charge. And my slide's a little cut off there at the front, but I'm here to discuss the numbers of when after I trained these officers. From April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023, keep in mind that I trained them, the training ended in December. We had 3 pre-charge probation. Probation realized we have pre-charge restorative justice and realized instead of giving the charge of breach, they just send it to us and we can work with the youth. It saves a lot of trouble for them. OPP, this is from Pickle Lake and Sioux Lookout. They sent 16 referrals. They haven't been trained yet. NAPS, after December, so December to March, after everyone was trained, we had 8 referrals. The black section in your binders, but it's not on the screen right now, discusses from April 1st, 2023 to September 1st, 2023. Probation, now utilizing our program, we have 11 referrals for this since September 1st. OPP currently has 6. And NAPS, we had 0 new referrals going into this new fiscal year. I know there's barriers and challenges with NAPS, and we've only trained them for the 1 year. We're supposed to continue this year. It just hasn't happened yet. But I'm a little concerned for NAPS only having 0 up to this date. So moving forward, we're identifying barriers in the communities of delivering the program for pre-charge and post-charge restorative justice. Travel is our #1 barrier. The cost of flights have increased significantly. I remember flying to Fort Albany 10 years ago, it was $350. If I do it today, it's $700. Our travel budget hasn't really changed in the last couple of years, and if it's doubled in price, we can only go on half the trips. So our solutions, COVID really taught us how to adjust on the fly. Technology is getting more readily available in your communities, which is Starlink. The James Bay Coast has fiber optic internet, and we kind of moved towards Zoom and phone circles. It's kind of like a phone tag system. Those are for more of the minor offenses that can be rectified by this method. But on the more serious cases, we travel to the community to do in-person circles, but there's factors we have to consider. If a community has maybe 10 circles that has to be done and we can't reach them by phone, I've been to Fort Hope. a couple times where I fly in at 10 a.m., go through the restrictions, and I'll be doing circles till 10 p.m. and hopefully get everything done before the next day. We'll also factor in the safety of the clients if we got to do it in person. And if it can't be done remotely, I know not every community has infrastructure to do so, we'll fly to the community. Other issues we're noticing is pre-charge occurrence reports. That's the synopsis of the charges that are about to happen. They haven't been sending the occurrence reports because they're not informed how to do it. Our solution right now is an OPP protocol is being developed to clearly define the requirements for completing the pre-charge restorative justice process. And we're hoping to get that signed within the coming month or two. And last barrier we identified is community contacts. When we don't have a person in the community, who do we speak to? How do we get a hold of them? Some solutions we have is we all have work cell phones, work emails, and work Facebook accounts. I actually get a hold of more people through Facebook nowadays than actually calling them. When it comes to community, I try to meet every one of you. Everyone on council, I want to know someone who has a justice portfolio to help me assist your community members to be serviced. We also use the band office. Sometimes they're really helpful when they're not busy to call us back and tell us at least the contact information, but sometimes they're a little weirded out when some random number from Thunder Bay calls and just says, I'm looking for this person. So we need someone in the office that we know that we can turn to. We use the schools and NAPS. When we're really in a bind, we'll talk to NAPS and we'll speak to the 1 or 2 officers that are in the community to help us get that information. But I really hate utilizing them if it's a busy community. They should not be answering our calls to be a messenger. They should be only utilized for family or used for emergency services. So our future plans is I want to create pretty much a phone book, a community directory for all NAN communities. I need to know what programs there is available in your community that we can utilize to send them off to participate in. Our goal is to keep the clients in the community. So the next slide is slide 7 is our next moves. Before I could tell you about our future goals, I should tell you what we've achieved this year since the last AGM. In Thunder Bay Post-Charge Diversion Protocol, we have a partnership with also including the Friendship Center, Kiwin, if I forgot any others, but we're all, we made a process with the Crown to be more streamlined, and if there's any issues, we can actually have consistent contact, and increase efficiency of the program. The next one is Fort Hope again. I always brutalize the name. I'm sorry, Charlie. But Fort Hope is established their own restorative justice committee, and we are training them how to do restorative justice in hopes that within I'm going to be realistic, 2 to 5 years where they take over their own program in their community. They'll be coming here next week. We're going to be training them how to do a circle, how to receive a referral, and teach them about all other programs that we have available. And hopefully we've established that we're not going to be going away. There is conflict of interest at times, and we'll be readily available waiting on the side for the call. Hey, we need your help. We got conflict. We'll be there for you. Current achievements, again, OPP protocol. I say it a lot where it comes to pre-charge restorative justice, but it doesn't include just restorative justice, it includes victim witness as well, and other programs that we offer here at NAN Legal that are sitting at this table. But it's only for Sioux Lookout and Pickle Lake. And lastly, our last achievement was NAPS training. We trained almost every officer in block training. So the future goals, we want to expand the OPP protocol. Expansion to Greenstone area, which is Erland, Long Lake, Cochrane, Moose Knee. Wherever there's OPP, we want to expand that protocol and make sure there's consistency across NAN. And I'm doing it a different approach with NAPS. Compared to NAPS, we're going to be training Sioux Lookout first and Pickle Lake, but we're going to do staff sergeants. Then we're going to go to the officers. So these are just some examples of restorative justice, what we're planning, but we need help reaching the barriers in your community for assistance. And I'll be in the other room, in the trades room. I'm at the camera setup, but if you want to help us create a partnership, it's nice seeing your faces. I approached Judy earlier. I've only seen her name in an email, and I can finally put a face. I'm like, hey, that's Judy. So come see me later at the restorative justice table or at the photo booth, and we'll move on. We can develop a partnership together.
Good afternoon. My name is Vernon Morris. I'm from Muskrat Dam, and I work with this group here. All these handsome young guys and beautiful ladies. Anyway, I would like to start off by just acknowledging you, the leadership, and the attendees of this meeting. Mitchie, pag-ibig ko daman kayo inanak kumiyang guys seka minewab menaguk kinawan kinaganak. Egmina unigain tamagik. Nikendan go knapits go in a dwendag sits and kinagan. Kegun guys not dwenda mumagan with the shikonik. Kegun it's not namagit and keguj mensenik when upmujgeonik hima with the shikonik. Mi sweat up school to Mina Esek who unakunigo mujgonan gonan gan mujgategen. I've always known and I've always admired leadership from our First Nations communities. You know, the resilience and the strength and the thoughtfulness that our people have, and the confidence that they have in community leadership to be able to step forward and to look for resources, look for new ways to help their communities. And as of today, what I've heard is that we, in terms of keeping peace and security and safety in our communities, we have developed over the years our own police force. We work in conjunction and in partnership with the Ontario Provincial Police as well. Some communities have provided local peacekeeper programs as well. So, but still, it seems that we need more. And the programs that we have here at NAN Legal Services, you know, we're here to help. So I want to talk a bit about the bylaw program initiative that we have. It's been in existence within NAN Legal Services for the past 4 or 5 years. And different workers have picked up the program and have attempted to do something with it, have attempted to somehow connect with the communities that could make good use of the program itself. When I was a young man, I remember seeing community members standing up to address issues in the community. They were chosen workers and resource people that took the responsibility for their own community. And they addressed social ills, they addressed substance abuse issues, they addressed other social ills in the community so that people could live in a safe environment in their community. That was one of the main items on the daily agenda of community operations. Every day I used to see that. So people got together, they joined hands and they said, we're going to keep our community safe. So that is something that the community bylaw program can actually give support to. I know that some communities here have functioning community bylaw programs, while others may want to or may have an interest in establishing these programs in their communities. That is not something new to us. We have always done it. It's a matter of getting up and getting organized, securing the resources to be able to begin supporting our local Ontario Provincial Police, our local Anishinaabe Police Services, our local peacekeeper programs. The people who are concerned, who are resourceful enough to be able to come together to create a community bylaw program to give support to the other services that are made available. I heard earlier today in one of the presentations how the local peacekeepers, Anishinaabe Police Services, are reaching out for more help. They're saying we are having problems addressing these problems. The problem of addiction, the problem of solvent abuse, alcohol abuse, and drug abuse. Well, the community bylaw program can actually get community members involved. If you're concerned enough about a certain issue, this would be an opportunity for you to step up and to say, listen, I can help. And in doing so, we can all get together to make that difference. We have a number of resources that are available here at NAN Legal Services that can work to enhance your effort. We have communication resources, we have education resources, we have training resources, we have people, we also have legal oversight over the program that can work in conjunction and in partnership with your legal counsel as your First Nation. These items that I'm talking about are very important to me. They have always been important to me. I myself am a former chief for a good number of years for my community, and I know the sense of urgency that comes about when something happens in the community, and we need the resources to be able to address these issues. And the most valuable resource is the human resource, the individual that is concerned, who wants to become a part of the peace and security and safety of their community. So bylaw program establishment in the community is possible. It is not very difficult. All it requires is the will of the people to be able to put this program together and make it functional in your community. So I have seen that in the past, and we can do it. You know, we have the strength, we have the knowledge, and we have the support of pretty much all community members once they understand how they can go about giving support to this program. So we are available and we are free to travel at your invitation, or we can contact your office and your local workers, your justice portfolio holder within council. We can work with them. Referrals are made to the program through the local law enforcement agency, be it Ontario Provincial Police or Anishinaabe Police Services, or Chief and Council, or concerned community members. Referrals can be made to this program, and we utilize the restorative justice practice to help you address these matters. You may have other ways of addressing matters in your community, but this is the restorative justice practice is a resource that works very well, and we have worked very hard to refine the process of restorative justice that is culturally appropriate. We have an understanding of our own culture and our own requirements and our needs to be able to settle matters peacefully and resourcefully and safely within our own communities. So With that, I would like to extend a hand of encouragement to you. Get in touch with us. Let us talk about it. And let's not just talk about it. Let's actually put us to work and put us to work in your community. And we will do the best we can to assist in making that difference, that little bit of difference that maybe will grow into something recognizably important in your community. Miigwech, my name is Vernon Morris, and we have information packages that we have given out. Give us a call. Miigwech.
Miigwech. I guess I'd probably be able to reach it. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alana Odawa Lindstone, and I've been working for Anishinaabe Legal Services for 4 years. September 9th was exactly 4 years. So a lot has happened. I actually was started with working in Vernon's program, and then I transferred over to working in this program, the Sexual Assault Domestic Violence program. Currently, there's myself, and I'm one of the workers, the team lead for this program, and then I also have one individual working in Pinkajigam, and he is doing work on the ground with individuals that are needing to do some land base and working with an elder. And so we found an alternative way of dealing with some matters at a community level. So this is something that we're trying. So the RJSCD program, we provide services in all the NAN communities. And also for any of the members that belong to any of the NAN communities. We also have the Indigenous and Partner Violence Prevention Program, which has been ministry approved, and then we also offer it to all genders. The foundation of this program derives from the Duluth model, so we've actually incorporated some different ways to strengthen it and to meet the needs of the people that we provide service to. Over COVID, we had to adjust the program to meet the needs. So currently right now I meet with individuals online through Zoom, and then we're able to cover the mandatory topics that is required to complete the programming. We also provide an opportunity for individuals with a healing circle after an individual's been through the program. So if their ultimate goal is to reconcile their relationship, we offer that healing component as well too. And that's something that is really important, because I think that is something that is really crucial, because we need to address this from both sides, because both individuals need that support as well too. So, you know, in order for them to heal and to move forward, there's certain things that they can learn through the program. Just even this, like, you know, just how to communicate, how to resolve conflict in a healthy way. And that's something that is really important, especially with the individuals that have been charged with domestics. And there's that cycle of violence that I'm passionate about, like helping others breaking, and that's something that is crucial. And so my motto is for this program is just planting one seed at a time. That's all that, you know, we can do, is by starting by helping individuals with the information, educating them with some of the to help them just to navigate some of those relation things that may kind of come up in their path. So what can we do for your community? We can offer that alternative way of dealing with offenses. We get our referrals from the courts and also from probation. So helping with breaking cycles and understanding the importance about that intergenerational traumas and educating about our historical events to present time. I think that's really important, just to understand like that component, because we need to understand where our histories derive from and how we came to be where we are today. And a lot of times individuals, when we're going through some of these sections, they're like, that really happened? Or, you know, especially when they haven't learned about certain things. There's some things they have learned, but there's some things that they may not know about. So we're providing ongoing options and a voice for the victim also, so that they can be included, because that's important as well too. So if whatever is, if they are wanting to participate, it's not mandated, it's not mandatory for them to participate, but we offer that. And then we also offer that support. So if they want extra supports, then we offer that services to our other services within victim services. We encourage the offender to be accountable and take responsibility for their actions and for the role that they played within, and that's including, because a lot of them have been caused harm against their partner because they were under the influence of alcohol. But we have to make them, you know, we talk about, like, those are contributing factors. We want to let them know that that's not, you still have to be accountable for how you, no matter what the situation is, you still have to look at things and what can you do in order to move forward in a healthy way and to look after yourself. We also explore those creative ways and significant ways to repair and grow from the wrongdoing in a meaningful way. Also, the RJ staff will work directly with people, with the individuals that have caused the harm. So, and then encourage them to work towards their healing, and which may include repairing and rebuilding and reconciling. Providing a non-judgmental and equality approach to encourage healing and utilizing the strength-based approaches with all that are involved. Exploring creative, significant ways to repair and grow from the wrongdoings. Another thing that we also do is just utilizing the programs that we have within our agency as well too. So, you know, we all work together, we all help each other, we all support each other. I do also have another RJ staff member that is going to be helping out and supporting us because the influx of referrals and the people that are coming through the program. We want to start, one of the significant things that we're doing in catching right now is that the worker is going out on the land with an elder, and they're actually having conversations about what does it mean to, like, how to treat your partner with respect, how to love your partner, how to make those changes within the relationship. So this is basically our program to plant the seed, right? So we meet, these are some of the things that's in your package that you can review and you can kind of go through. If you want to learn a little bit more about what I can provide and what we can offer to your program, to your community, I'm open to answer any of those questions. What's working well for the program is just having this program, and then just having this, when we're always adjusting the program to meet the needs of the community members that are coming through the program, and also just having that flexibility to deliver it in person or through Zoom or whatever program, like what Ken had mentioned earlier, is that, you know, we're meeting individuals through Facebook, through Facebook Messenger, so that's been a positive thing. Some of the things that haven't been some challenges is that we need more money. We need more people like myself to deliver this program. So ultimately our goal is to have a worker in each of the regions. And then how we're going to do that is just by advocating to our stakeholders or to continue to look and research for funds. Another thing, that the inconsistencies of the regions of sending referrals. One of the other things is that that I've noticed is that even though that we're not receiving referrals from a certain region, they're actually coming through to us through probation. So we will, but if there's any other questions or anything like that, I'm going to be here, so I'm open to being here. But also another thing we're going to be looking at is we're going to be trained in sexual assault as far as delivering a preventative program. So if you would like some of that to be in your community, to have your frontline workers trained in that, we can just get in contact with me. We can I can be invited if you would like something like that in your community. Miigwech. I'm trying to go real fast.
Change seats.
The mic doesn't reach, so. Ani bushu wache, wapshka migzi gabshit, tishnikaz, Long Lake 58 Dunjba, Achichak Dodam. My given name is Carol Buzwa. I am the Talking Together manager for Talking Together program, which is alternative dispute resolution in regards to child welfare in the communities.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Napash. I am originally from Constance Lake, and I live here in Thunder Bay, and we're going to be going to, so I'm a facilitator, and I work out of, I service Matawa, fly-in and drive-in communities in Thunder Bay and area. And then we have, sorry, I'm going to turn this way. So we have our assistant coordinator, her name is Zelda Watt, and then we have a facilitator in Timmins and area, facilitator in Moosonee. She services James Bay and coastal communities. And we do have a location for Sulcout for a facilitator. What's the for? James Bay. I did? Okay. So I'm going to talk about what is the Talking Together program. And we have, so the Talking Together program is an innovative method to Indigenous Alternative Dispute Resolution, so that is ADR, based on traditional talking circles that has been used by First Nations since time immemorial, but to restore harmony to families and the community. Talking Together provides an alternative to the court process and returns control to the First Nations concerning the plan and protection of their children. Talking Together recognizes the capacity of kin network to protect Indigenous children and emphasizes on the importance of cultural continuity in placements.
So the program advantages, it's a less intrusive method of dealing with families who become involved with child welfare, and alleviates the need for the costly and adversarial family law and court system. Participants in community work as a group to resolve issues regarding child welfare and child protection concerns. So we use a circle process where the participants include the facilitator, the parent, children that are 12 and over, extended family or family member supports, band rep, chief or counselor, frontline workers, OCL, depending on the case, band representative, and child family services representatives.
So when Carol's talking about the circle is composed of these people, participants involved in the circle, and the circle asks the participants, what brought you to the circle, what has been done, and what possibly in the circle we want to have an agreement. Well, that's why we come to the circle. The participants are the ones who come up with a plan that can be filed with the court, and then also the agreement is reached on the basis of the plan of care, utilizing with the parents. Everyone involved in the circle, they are the ones who come up with these plans. So it allows them to voice their opinions, their concerns, and we hear from everybody involved in the circle. Everyone has a chance to speak while they're in the circle, and when we do these circles, they are placed in, we go to where the families are located, whether they are living on reserve or off reserve, and if they're in the city, like we have workers here in Thunder Bay, myself, and then Timmins, and we do travel to where they are. And it is at no cost for the families. I think that's your, oh, sorry.
No, that's, yep.
So I've been with this program since 1990?
It was
2009, sorry. I've been here since 2009. And we've gone through lots of challenges, definitely ups and downs, definitely prior to COVID, that's for sure. We've had a lot of successes in in time, over time, we've had a lot of successes and a lot of circles, a lot of meeting the needs of families and, dealing with child welfare issues. So as part of our successes, we get internal referrals, we meet with our team and we plan, monthly or weekly or every 2 weeks. We have the other thing, because of COVID, we've had to use the virtual platforms for meetings, presentations, and circles. So we've learned to do that in a good way, attending community events, booths, presentations, and trying to get to reach out to the people. We've had talking together agreements reached where families were reunited, child returned, access visits. There's so many successes like that for communities and families and children to go home or else be with family.
Continue on. So some of the barriers, challenges that we're facing right now. Carol had mentioned COVID-19, the pandemic. From there, we weren't able to travel, so some of our circles were put on hold because we weren't able to meet together. And then also, as she mentioned, we did the virtual platforms. And we still continue to do virtual ones still, even now. We allow the parents or the participants to decide if we're allowed to go to visit them, to do it in the community, or we'll have them on virtual. And that's another thing that we're going to be talking about is our travel funding dollars that we're able to do. And then not only that, but I think a barrier that we have is when the parents or the participants involved in the circle, they don't have the computer technology as in Wi-Fi that we're able to link up with them easily, or it continues to lag. So then we do the telephone conference. The parents go to the band office or they meet with band rep program where they're able to go there in their office to have the circle held with them. And then because we work with the child welfare agencies, so that's Tikanagan, Kunawanamano, Payuktano, and Tikanagan, Delico. When we're working with, so we do have protocols in place with them, and because they have a high turnover in staff, we do continuously have presentations in the communities, or we do one-on-one with the staff.
So the other thing is, as Heather mentioned, the travel and, funding and capacity building dollars has always been an issue for us to travel to every community. But, as part of the strategy for moving forward is being able to have, what I like to see is to have more facilitators in each region or in each community, whether it's through, tribal council process, whatever that may be. To be able to provide this very important service to, in regards to child welfare, as opposed to not having anything in place. So I think partnerships, and then that means partnerships with community resources in the legal community. Also strategizing with the band representatives in the programs. That's been a really big thing lately this past couple years. Is connecting, this past year, connecting with the band representatives and connecting with the families that way. We find more success that way. And protocols with the CAS organizations, consultations with child welfare agencies, and more open houses, and more funding proposals to be able to, get out to the communities and build on capacity. The end me. Oh, yeah? Okay, we can sit there. She's gonna come up here. Because she can't reach.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ann Heller. I'm the Victim Witness Liaison Program Manager. And also I am the award winner of the 2022 Victim Witness Award of Distinction from Ministry of Attorney General. And I was going to describe what is a victim, but I understand we're running out of time here. So I'll just let you read the screen. But anyway, goals and objectives. To ensure practical and emotional safety needs of victims, witnesses are met. To provide information on court procedures, dates, disposition, status of case, interviews with the Crown Attorney and court preparation with support. To ensure the victim witnesses are made aware of their rights and obligations. To provide information about existing community resources. To develop effective relationships with organizations beyond the justice sector and collaborate with others in identifying Indigenous victim witnesses in need of service. To act as a liaison between crime victim witnesses and community members, service providers, police, justice personnel, and chief and counsel. Also to provide training to justice personnel as well as other service providers on how to improve the engagements with victim witnesses, to prepare resources and conduct public legal education sessions and Indigenous victim witness services, victims' rights, family violence, sexual assault, and other forms of victimization. Oh, I think I'm missing one. We also, I know there has been questions. We've had some people come to the office asking about Criminal Injuries Compensation Board. That has been discontinued, and it has been replaced with Victim Quick Response Program, which is the VQRP. And BWLP does cover getting costs back if there's emergencies that come up. It's available to provide timely assistance to victims of violent crimes who cannot afford services to address their immediate needs. Some of the VQRP provides financial assistance for short-term immediate counseling services, emergency accommodation and meals, crime scene cleanup, transportation costs, and emergency care of a child or elderly person. So I know there might be some questions regarding that, but you can come and see me at the booth there for, I'll be there for till 5 o'clock. So anyway, some of the tools: collaboration, supporting victims through restorative justice process, healing opportunities and programming, community-based workers and volunteers, VQRP Plus, referrals comes from NAPS, OPP, Crown Attorneys, community partners, and self-referrals. And that's the end of my presentation.
So just to close it off, our integrated vision of how we're going to work together. I know we just did individual presentations of our programs, but we have a plan moving forward. There was supposed to be a video coming up, but due to time, we'll save that for another day. You can check it out on our website next month, maybe. We're good to go here. Is there questions or?
go with the video.
Cool.
He wants to go with the video. It's 6 minutes long. Just give you a heads up. There's one mistake. Try to find it. It's an early draft, but it's. If anyone can tell me, I'll see if I can find a prize.
You win a prize. Yeah. So we will go ahead and play the video. 6 minutes. So do you have access to the video? Okay, we'll go with it. I don't know. You'll win a prize if you find the mistake. I don't know what the prize is.
Community living has always been very important. Living in remote settings in Northwestern Ontario in Indigenous communities. Whenever something happened to disrupt that living environment, usually in the form of a criminal act, people used to get together to discuss these matters in a restorative justice setting. The offender was brought to these meetings and given the opportunity to explain the reason why they got into the situations that they did. Victims also had the opportunity to present their issues. Wrongs and harmful actions were brought to these meetings and sorted out in a meaningful way. Once a resolution had been reached, the offender had to do certain positive things for the victim and the victim's family and also the community. There were traditional gifts that were exchanged. There was also work that was done with community elders for counseling and therapy. The offender took direction from the leadership as to what they could do to make amends to the overall community and the community members. All of this was monitored over the course of time by certain persons that were assigned to keep track of the individuals that were required to do this work, the offenders.
The benefits of restorative justice is that it gives the victim a voice in the circle to tell their side of the story and how it made them feel. When it comes to the court system, the victim is rarely involved in the sentencing or in the situation at all, and the accused is able to meet the victim to heal the process and understand what they did on a personal level. Some examples of agreements in a circle are, first off, is there has to be an apology, whether it's to the person through a letter, or if in some cases to the community chief and council. Community service hours is number one if financial restitution is not available. Fishing and hunting, harvesting resources off the land, but they have to donate it to the community, either to elders or people in need. Counseling included, if needed. Some more serious charges, they may have to go to treatment, but that is very rare for it to happen. Another benefit to restorative justice in the court system is that it saves money from incarcerations. It can also shorten the court process time when it comes to the docket, as well as there's the financial benefit of not needing a lawyer if it's on their first appearance.
Restorative justice clients are people of all ages. They could be very young people in their adolescence. They could be teenagers. They could be young adults, and even elders as well. All age groups are addressed for any reason that they may need to be addressed in a restorative justice meeting. Nishnawbe Legal Services provides this service to the 49 member communities of Nishnawbe Nation.
When I was younger, I was in and out of the criminal justice system. I was on the streets. I was a young kid. I got involved in alcohol and drugs. Definitely think the pre-charge program would have benefited me a lot. It would have helped to learn more traditional teachings. It would have helped with looking for work and just staying busy and doing positive things. Pre-charge is a holistic approach to dealing with individuals without the court system. For the youth, especially, we try to prevent them from getting a criminal record.
With restorative justice pre-charge, we have a step-by-step process we follow. If they refuse to go to pre-charge, they will go to court and may end up with a criminal record or may end up getting restorative justice through the Crown Attorney. If they do accept pre-charge, we have step 1. The officer makes a referral with the victim's approval. Step 2, we will then inform about the process of restorative justice, assess their willingness to participate, and ensure they're ready to take accountability for their actions. Step 3, a circle is held with all parties involved, resulting in agreements for the offender to complete. If the agreements are completed, the file is closed. But if they do not complete the agreements, the arresting officer lays the charges. Once they complete the agreements, the file is closed. If they do not meet expectations, the arresting officer may lay the charges. Post-charge restorative justice is a referral made by the court system through the Crown Attorney. The client has already been charged by police, and depending on the Crown Attorney, will make the referral if the charge is a first offense or reoffender. So after they're charged, they made a referral to our NAN Legal program, and at that point we assign a worker to work on the case depending on the community.
We've established certain partnerships at the community level from the 49 communities that we provide these restorative justice services to. We have established partnerships with local police forces, the Snabiaski Police Service, so the Ontario Provincial Police, community education authorities, also community leadership offices through Chief and Council, and any other organization that may be interested in utilizing restorative justice services at the First Nations community level.
We try to help guide people in a different path other than getting into more trouble. A lot of First Nations people have problems with drugs and alcohol, and they get caught up in the system. Our goal is to help them find a different way to deal with issues that they may have went through in their life.
Some of the benefits that happen here is that there is a restoration of relationships, a restoration of positive community living, group empowerment, individual empowerment, healing. These processes are very important to community living.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't see the mistake. I don't win the prize. I don't know if anybody did. So really good presentation, really good video, and really good presentation with all the good work that's happening. Sometimes we don't actually, Elder Barney and I were talking about this morning, sometimes we don't see the good things. We get so preoccupied with seeing negatives, problems, and we don't take time to recognize the good things. And the presentation that we just got is a lot of information. There's a lot of information in your binders. Like I said this morning, it's jam-packed, but really good information, and I'd like to encourage you to go through that information. And the presentations that we got, just really powerful stuff, really good things that are happening within the organization with the staff. So again, let's give them a hand. Miigwech. So we do want to allow for any questions, though. If there are any questions, specific issues, again, all the staff said that they would be available. They are available. You can contact them. But if you have any issues or any questions at this point, I don't want to shut it down. The floor is open. So I don't see any. I saw one of the chiefs stand up during the video and smile. I thought he found the mistake, but I don't think so.
I don't know if the mistake was the spelling, or was it just because I looked at the whole video. The whole concept was restored justice, but one title is restored nation.
Can I get you to turn your microphone on? Because what you're saying is good stuff.
Oh. Yeah, that was a very good video. I really enjoy looking at restored justice. It's a great program, and it's good to have in our court systems. I didn't see no mistake. I only saw a spelling mistake. It's called Restored Nation, but I don't know if it was supposed to be restorative. And so I want to commend all the staff of Restored Justice and thank NAN Legal for doing great work in our communities. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you very much. So again, the floor is open. I don't see any questions, but again, if you, Chief Howard Comber.
Oh, just Popper Hill, Chief Howard. I thought the mistake was when they said, once you finish talking, the officer arrests you right away. Somehow it doesn't seem right.
Okay, Miigwech.
I just want to verify, there's actually two issues. One, restoration, which I'm now made aware of. The other is when I talk about the pre-charge process of where if they get arrested, you noticed it. So now I got two issues now.
Two prizes.
Yeah, 2 prizes.
Okay, with that, so I don't see any more. Miigwech, thank you very much for the presentations. Oh, there is a question. Sorry, Chief Ajni Benesco.
Hello, just for Martin Falls, who would be the representative so I could get in contact with them?
Which representative from the staff? Okay. So question is, who can the chief get in contact with from Martin Falls?
From Martin Falls, it'll be me. I'll get a hold of your information after. Also, is it just restorative justice or bylaw? There's different programs here, so if you want all of it, let me know.
Okay, Miigwech, thank you. So at this point, that we're going to start to wrap up. We're going to come to a close for today's session. What we're going to do is, the door prizes. And then I'm going to ask Frank McKay, Vice Chair of the board, to make some closing comments, and then we will close with the prayer and the drum. But before we do that, we'll do the draw.
So we'll have the lovely Stallone pick the first one for the Fitbit. We'll go with that one first. Okay, so 1019121. 9121. 9121. Anybody?
They left.
Should I redraw if they left? All right. Another please. Oh,
It's over here.
another one.
Chief Loon.
Chief Loon. Okay.
Yeah, he's got it.
Okay, go bring.
What does he win?
Chief Loon wins a Fitbit. Congratulations. It's hers?
Oh, Rose.
Oh, it's Rose. Did she leave? Okay.
Yeah.
All righty.
Next number.
Okay, so the next one is 1019113. 113. Is she gone too?
Oh, he's gone?
Oh, there you go.
You know what? Just bring it over to.
From Ottawa.
Yeah, from Ottawa.
Oh.
113. Okay.
Come on, Stella.
Come on, Stallone. Pick me somebody that's here.
Yeah. Someone that's here.
1019119. 119.
119.
Going once. No, 9119. 9119.
No, next.
Oh, perfect. Yay. And our awesome young man from Pekanjicum, Christopher. Can you pick us the next one we'll do for the iPad or the skirt? Skirt. Okay. The ribbon skirt. 9142. 9142. Yeah. Right on. Yay, Lisa. All right. And the very last one will go all the way down to Tina. So this one's for the iPad.
Nice. iPad.
So 9122. Yay! Congratulations. Thanks again for listening to our presentation this afternoon. And if you need any or want to have any more questions for the Restorative Justice Program, Victim Witness Program, or Talking Together Program, please come join us in the other room. The Justice League? Okay, so we're the Justice League now. Okay, thank you.
All right, we're done. Oh, we got.
Okay, thank you very much. So Frank, I'll turn it over to Frank McKay, Vice Chair, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Adam. I just wanted to say a few comments in relation to our annual General Assembly. I want to thank all the chiefs and representatives, proxies that attended our session this year. It provides you with a lot of information in relation to what NAN Legal Services was established to do when they set up in 1990. At that time, the chiefs in assembly wanted to have more input, more control into the justice system that was always imposing their laws and their will on our people. And now that we are in the after this year, I know we're glad to present to you, the progress that we have made during this past year. And as you can see, there has been a lot of effort and challenges that our staff faced, our organization faced during the year, but yet we persevered and continued on the work that was necessary to help our people that are caught up in the justice system. As you know, the justice system that we currently have, imposes their laws, it imposes their procedures and regulations against our people. One of the chiefs told me from my area, we have to continue to try to make them prosecute our own laws. They come here into our community and they prosecute only their laws, and they don't recognize our laws. But we need to continue to be persistent in moving this thing forward. And I think we have made a little bit progress with the pilot project that we have established, to prosecute our bylaws in the community as a pilot project. So I'm glad that's been in the direction that we're going. When our people begin to take over and build their own capacity to run their own services and organizations like NAN Legal, that sets us free from all the oppression and imposition of foreign laws and ways from our people. It sets us free from the oppression and also from the imposition of the way of life, and that will put forth a pathway to healing from the colonialism that we have faced in our lives. So with that, I want to thank the staff of NAN Legal Services. They've worked hard throughout the year, and also I want to thank the Deputy Grand Chief, Anna Betty, for her advocacy in the political field and advocating for our organization the way we should be proceeding. So I want to also thank the drum for giving us a song every morning, and to the elders that I provide opening prayers, and also to Adam and Eve for their fine work that they're doing. So with that, thank you. Have a safe trip back home. Thank you.
This is their gift, the chairs, the two MCs' gift.
Oh, I was supposed to give you a gift.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Thank you for answering. Thank you. May God get them to the board and to NAN Legal for the gift.
yeah, thank you very much, and let's give them a hand. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you for the experience. All right, so with that, I'm going to call upon our elder Lucy Long Peter to come and do the closing prayer, followed by the drum. If we can all stand.
You like that, eh? Oh, Ashmina. It's been a long day today for everyone here. A lot of information. We also received some, sad news today, and and with the family from up north that's dealing with an issue. What we did for them today, they were very thankful, and as Anishinaabes and Innuit, we show that we care for each other, and we support them somehow, and also to seeing George on screen today was also very emotional. He was a good friend to me, and as well to the organization of NAN Legal Services and to his program. Egote, how mi kwashkishamanto, muskatuna bekskondishinahasun, nameundoten. Kishmin kwashton kishamanto, anushka kishaga giminiayach, ekimamuheto. Koya seguito stomach kishamanto, and estamaga gine ewicheach. Koyes geometric Chiamano Hanos Huta Kistamin Queston Kishamanto and Nagachech Kitamaganamanan Nagachenan Ashamina Yatakishtayach Hegomaga Dispenumana Pogam Koyes Chamanapaneka Tagushech Jail Musewinahan Jail Chiminopanetegomaga Koyes Janagacheta such a Kishamanto, me question.
Tomorrow it's 8:30 start, 8:30. And if we went to Friday, it'd be 7:30. See you tomorrow.